Ruler School is brought to you by Odyssey Games, where you can go to pre-order upcoming Force of Will sets, ccgprime.com for singles and supplies, guest lecturer, full grammar alchemist, as well as all of our Ruler School students, faculty, and support staff. Class is in session. Hey there, Rulers! Welcome to Sunday. I'm officially 35 today. Whee!
Woo!
Hooray! It's my actual birthday. Yeah. I am here, DMO73, Jeremy Franklin, and I'm joined as always by Paul Reisman.
I'm still 34.
From the space of the world. So we are here to bring you the top 8 footage. Our first match today is going to be Daniel Negrete on Valencio Malik versus Will Miller on Aisha Soul. Just as a note, as I put in the chat, Paul Martinson did concede to Dustin Jones, so a Mistletoe has advanced to top 4. Pretty awesome diversity in the top 8. Like, we can talk about that for a little bit, right? Like, technically 5 different rulers among 8 decks. Aisha Soul, Heiko Hutriel, and then 2 each of Valencio Malik, Mistletoe, and Symphony Hutriel. Like, that's pretty sick. I'm pretty happy with that diversity of a Wild West format, right?
Yeah, we like that.
Yeah, for sure.
If you guys want a detailed breakdown of that, you're going to be able to see that over on our Facebook. That's facebook.com/rulerschooltcg.
Yeah.
We have all of that information up there for you to see pictorially, illustrated, hand-drawn.
Hooray. And you'll be able to see all the deck lists as well pretty quickly, both in Paul's tournament report or our thing over on Force of Wind, when Paul gets those all built in and plugged in. Also, the FOW Competitive Archive, who built our wonderful life tracker system so that we can update the life tracking on the overlay very smoothly, and our card viewer that lets us pull up the cards on screen. So very happy about both of those things. And so big thanks to FOW Competitive Archive for all the things that they do, because that's a really cool new resource. So fowtcg.gg, go check them out. So Paul,
hello.
What do you think, looking at this top 8, is, unbiased aside, because obviously, we have bias. I do think that there's a world where, honestly, any of these lists could top. I haven't seen enough of the Aisha Soul deck, so that one to me is a bit of a rogue style. The Heiko Hutriel list, I think we got a kind of a taste out of that in a similar vein when we saw Logan played the aggro ISIS list. So, I mean, obviously there's maybe some overlap between the two of them, but the flavor kind of felt similar. We haven't really seen Aisha Soul. What's your thinking, looking at this top 8 spread about, what do you expect to maybe climb its way up?
Well, I will say Symphony Hutriel being favored means that a lot of these other decks have probably went into their testing with that deck in mind.
Sure.
It was kind of put out there pretty quickly that people were very much anticipating this deck being the most represented, and it absolutely was. I still think Mistletoe is a deck that is within the hands of a great player who has played it either proficiently all season or just has a knack for those particular kinds of decks, is in a very interesting position against Symphony Hutriel decks.
Sure.
Simply because I think we mentioned it during Dustin's match on stream with Ayush, that just having access to Brunhild to nav wardens out of the hand as part of the revealing process of the warden process is really strong. Plus, we do know that Dustin has Battle Wolf in his list as well, so there's a potential to just jump ahead in terms of mana.
Yeah, a big thing for that matchup for sure, Symphony Hutriel versus Misty, is the prevalence of Able and Great Shield. Able essentially is a way to kind of buffer, buffered your warden processes against Brunhilds because they can't be cheated in on your turn, right? As well as Great Shield is a way to give you the player barrier so that Misty can't even steal cards from your hand. So those are both interesting. So it's not like the deck is without answers to that. I just think you have to play I think it's a tight matchup either way, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely it's one of those matchups now. Just looking at the top 8, I think all of the matchups are within 10 to 20 points of each other.
Yeah,
I
for
do
sure.
not think that they're beyond that.
Yeah, for sure.
There's
a lot
definitely
of 50-50s and 60-40s. Right.
Yeah, a lot of early game advantages, mid game advantages, late game advantages for certain decks. Um, so it's just gonna really come down to, I think, the pilot.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of like
Pilot.
Logan is saying here in the chat, like
Dustin's gonna play
you're
tight.
gonna have to play tight,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, for sure. Well, Dustin gets 2
Um,
shots to get an invite, right? Because if he loses his top 4, then he can play for third and still get the invite that way as well. So,
mhm.
lots of things going his way. You think Heiko can get there? By there, I mean top cut in general. Regardless of the 3 packs she uses, her own kit is strong, and Light is an insanely good secondary. Yeah, agreed. Like, I could see there's a world where we could run this top 8 6 times and get a different winner all 6 times. Realistically, I know that some people like to criticize you, like, you're Jeremy Brood doing too positive. Like, again, I think, natural card game variance is going to play a lot into some of these matchups, as well as like player skill, like playing tight based on the situation. So like, it'll be really cool to see what comes out today. It's also nice to see, a field of, a mix of new names and old names, like in this top area. So I'm excited to see what comes out of it. I am being handed
it's really
lunch.
cool to see the competitive environment sort of evolve, because I know there were some players that took a break to go try and play some other games and maybe have come back, or others have tried to fill a void, and so it's kind of cool to see like those voids are in fact getting filled.
Though I will say, you kept getting wrecked by people. Tournament vestige.
Yeah, that's real.
That's very fair.
Yeah,
that's very fair.
So I definitely think deck choice aside, I think it's really going to come down to pilot.
Yes.
And it's really going to come down to just what matchups look like.
Yeah, for sure, and how things go. So we're gonna take a short break as we get ready for top 8. Again, we'll have Will Miller versus Valentio Malik. So Aisha Soul versus Valentio Malik. Very excited to see that, because we haven't seen the Aisha Soul, we haven't seen Will's Aisha Soul list yet. So yeah, looking forward to it. So see y'all in just a little bit, and we'll be right back. Bye. me make you guys quieter. Welcome to Top 8. Daniel, you are taking the draw as the higher seed for Game 1. You have 60 minutes on the round. You may begin. And we're off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. We have Daniel on the left playing Valentio Malik, choosing to get the draw, which is what you love in this matchup because you really want to be able to do blue-green on one for an Alistair. And playing against Aisha's Soul on the right. Okay, turn 1, we have a Water Moon Fragment. So in looking at the deck list here, as we get kind of started, that Water Moon Fragment, he is not playing, we are not playing Able in Will's list, if I can read this correctly. Doesn't look like it, which is interesting. So that blue-white stone, though, could give us a Calathea, right? And one of the things is that we can hit the student. We are using this deck to talk about taking extra turns. The fact that you can manipulate the top of your deck and use a lot of the Aisha deck cards to reveal stuff from the top of your deck means that, like, student suddenly is free, untouchable extra turns, right? Which is pretty solid. So we'll see if we get to have any of that happen in this matchup. We're also curious if we see a greenstone on one for Daniel. Does Daniel play any non-greenstones? Well, there was a green, but no Alistair, unfortunately. There's the
everything's green.
There's the Calathea on the turn 1. So we got our little brainstorm. Sets us up nicely. Get to draw 3. Put 2 cards from your hand on the top of your deck in any order. So a nice little, already kind of sculpted a little bit here. Going for a little bit of an unfortunate start for Daniel. But maybe we talked about this before about, like, there is a world where, based on the matchup, having 2 will to interact during your opponent's turn might just be better than having 1. So even that world of, like, oh, a turn 1 Alistair's good, but maybe you want 2 will to be able to interact on your opponent's turn too, right? Sometimes playing the Alistair too proactively can actually end up biting you. So you got to be careful about that. Calathea is going to go in, hit for 3 damage, get a Rise trigger, can confirm that it is there's that extra turn spell. So we're going to get in for 5, which is really nice. Early damage is always good. And then probably just pass. Classic lawn control. Callstone, hit you with what I can, pass. And then because we did a Rise ability at the end of the turn, we get to draw a card.
Yeah, it's interesting that we have seen our turn skip this early.
Well,
it's kind of unfortunate.
You play 3 of them, and you have enough ways to put them back on top of the deck. So there's kind of a world where you want to see one early, right? Because
just be able to manipulate.
Yeah, just to be able to, like, put it back on top when you're ready, which is, I think, really valid. Before recovery, we seem like we're taking some game action here. We do see a Robometa. This is either at the end of Will's turn or in Daniel's turn. Robometa coming in. Pretty much the only quick cast
I believe
Resonator.
this is at the end of Will's turn.
End of Will's turn, before discard to cleanups. Okay, and we discarded a Historian's Wisdom. That's not going to do too much against Valentio Malik, so I'm not really surprised that that got discarded. Not a lot of the stuff it's not playing really Regalia with Bestow, and it's also not, there's not a lot of things with printed attack of 300 or less in this matchup.
Well, there is Spirit of the Mirage Ruins. Nullivore Slime, I believe, has 200 attack and defense.
Oh, that's true.
Quacerant is also pretty small.
Oh, you know what? That is true. This version of Valentio Malik Historian's Wisdom does actually have some better stuff. That is the big difference between, like, Toby's version and Daniel's.
Putting it into the graveyard is helpful because it does have Remnant. So you can cast it.
It does have
and
Remnant.
That will trigger your Pact to put a 1 cost in as well.
That's true.
So you can get a Calathea off of that.
It's very true.
Yeah, it's just like there's no loss just putting it in there. End of turn for Will here. Well, end of turn for Daniel. Will is going to cast an Inanna.
Ooh, I like this card a lot. There's some pretty cheeky stuff that you can actually do with this deck. Did you know that Thousand Fracture doesn't need a legal target to cast?
Did
because
not.
you don't need a legal target to cast Thousand Fractured, so you can do some silly things where you like get a Thousand Fractured to the graveyard and then like free cast it on like turn 0 or like turn 1 of your opponents to just like cheat in an Anana out of your hand. It's very silly.
That's funny stuff.
But Anana's really good here. Get 600 life. We get to go dig in, probably grabbing the Seal of Infinite Lift. We do see a Symphony coming in at the end of the turn, probably to get rid of the Calathea. This is probably coming in response to the Anana so that we can actually force him to get banished. So I assume the life total hasn't actually changed yet.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so a little unfortunate having to pull the trigger on the Symphony this early, but, you know, you don't want that Anana to suddenly, like, make your Symphonies worthless, right? It also makes Smokescreen Bombs not as good because your stuff can't be banished, right?
Yeah.
So this is a good card for Will, given the spot removal that Daniel is playing, because I think he's only playing one Wu Zhao Wu, right? So like he's kind of relying on the banished spot removal, and so Anana is really good in that perspective. Grabbing
Grabbing
Durandal
Durandal
and Infinite Loop. Yep.
and Infinite Loop. Those are good choices for Anana for sure. And we get the 6 life.
Yep.
You know, definitely does well. And that would probably, I believe, I don't have the stream up right now, but Will is above 4K. So this is a 12-12, yeah?
Yeah, so this Anana is 4,000, or is a 12-12 right now. Yep, for sure. Seal Glyph of Infinite Loop, great in these rune deck heavy formats because it's just like, well, free. In an era of Able, having an addition that's your cancel instead of relying on things like Raging Winds is like really good, right? That's the one thing that's really interesting in looking at the top lists here, which we've talked about a little bit, the difference between Wanderer and Paradox. I don't think there's a single copy of Raging Winds in the top 8.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. I've not seen that at all.
Yeah, because I think it makes sense with the heavily reliance on things like Able. Suddenly, Raging Winds actually becomes a vulnerability, right? Because white base is already so strong. Does look like we're getting a judge call, so I'll pop. Okay, we are back. So clarifying what happened there. There was it essentially boils down to missed advantageous trigger on the Moloch extension rule. That they failed to put the trigger to draw a card if you have a resonator with 800 or more attack on the chase during that end of turn trigger sequence. Daniel verified that the card has not been seen and has been kept separate from his hand. Will confirmed that that was the case, and so the repair is just the card goes back on top of the deck as neither player knows what the card is. So that is what happened, and here we are. This is a pretty good state for Will to be in here, this Inanna. There is the Robometa, which can protect, right? But Motionless Freeze helps a lot to mess with things like the Robometa, right? Will be able to swing through for 12 and get a good chunk of damage out of this Inanna, which is really nice. Oh, but we do have the Punish Academy Grounds, which is really good for Daniel in this case. This is like, we haven't seen Academy Grounds being used that much this weekend, but it is very good to be used for defensive cards. Paul, I'm waiting on you to tell me what is calling Academy Grounds. The Olivia Resonator and Motionless Freeze are being what's called. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That makes good sense. So Motionless Freeze is on field, but won't be able to tap stuff down. That is a good play here for Daniel.
Absolutely.
Because Protect is great.
That named ability on Olivia, allowing you to draw and/or discard cards, is very helpful. Especially for the Aisha deck, being able to set up cards in the graveyard with Remnant and just see additional cards if you need that otherwise. So
yeah, for sure.
Losing that tool definitely shaves off some of the oomph that this Aisha list can bring.
Yeah, for sure. So, and the Protect from the Robometa is really good here with Will only having the one card, right? The Inanna not really going to be able to do much against the Protect from Robometa. So at that point in time, there's kind of a world where you're just supposed to leave open the not swing with the Inanna, right? Because it's not going to get you any value, so why bother swinging?
Right. We're discarding a Trinity formation.
He's got to discard a lot of cards out of his hands because the Aisha Soul list draws lots of cards. So we're losing a Trinity formation.
A Brad.
And a Brad. Yeah. Looking at 4C, thanks to Valentio. We have our plus 200 in Aegis, which is why the Symphony would count as having 800 or more attack, right? Because of the plus 200 in Aegis. Now we've got lots of will available. So 4 will available for Daniel. So pretty comfortably could play into an Alistair here, right? Which I don't think you really are too worried about. That being said, the fact that we know that Will has an engraved rune of the infinite loop in his hand. So going for a rune here is really risky. Unless it's this. Sacred Flame's unchaseable. So we can just get rid of the Inanna this way, right? The infinite glyph isn't going to help. Yeah, so it only has Barrier J/Resonator. So this is really good. Sacred Flame getting to clear that off the way. Probably going to get some free combat in. You probably just swing with the Symphony. I don't really know if you would want to swing with the Robometa, given that Will plays quick cast Resonators. Your Resonators come into play tapped and block and you want to be able to protect yourself. But we get to swing in for 8. Nope. Okay, we're going for it. Robometa coming in for 6. Takes that as well. Interesting choice to go in for the swing there. Makes me wonder what Daniel has in hand. Probably a world where there might be another Symphony and maybe an uppercut. Not forgetting to draw off of the Moloch this time. And yeah, neither of these decks are able to play Mephistopheles. Neither one has access to black in this position. So after draw, but before we move into Will's turn, we do see a cast of the Olivia Resonator. Still a good body, right? Especially if a lot of your stuff has blue. It's still kind of worth putting out there. Looking at Will's rune deck, trying to see it real quick. He is not playing Engraved Rune of the Setting Sun in his rune deck, so he doesn't have a way to like turn off the Academy Grounds for a turn, which is rough. But yeah, we like again, we got those quick cast resonators. Really a position that makes me curious as to why we committed both of our attackers. But in an era of a deck that has drain, maybe you just try to get the damage in while you can. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we're playing in a list that isn't too aggressive. We're also not seeing a soul.
Well, we're
yet.
seeing a soul now. Soul's coming down now.
We're seeing that is a soul. Okay. It's kind of hard to tell. It's a little far away, but that is a soul. So it's finally coming down.
The Angel of Divine Virtue coming down here.
I think Daniel is probably in his head anyway, saying like, well, even if he does play a soul and get resonators out, I've gotten in damage. So at this point, they're not going to be able to swing back and hit me.
We also know that Daniel is playing the Mirage Spirit, right? Which is good for him, which is probably where this coin is coming from, I imagine.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah. This is really good. Now, that being said, he still has the ability to fight over stuff. So we're going to get into a classic green control chase fight, I think, here a little bit. Oh, probably going to see a Rune Deck Historian's Wisdom come down here, at which point in time we're getting into a fight.
We can cast Historian's Wisdom from runes, but I think that's his last stone, correct?
That is his last stone. Yep. But here's the problem: is the
Rune of Moloch.
The Rune of Moloch from Rune Deck is the problem because now we have that infinite loop. So the infinite loop being from Rune Deck is going to win this chase fight. It gets to get rid of the free copy of Moloch's Master Rune here. So now we get to get rid of the Mirage Spirit. We get to finish Resolving Soul.
Okay, there we go.
Oh wait,
that was a little of a funky miscommunication there.
I get it. It's actually a fail.
Oh,
because
right, because
the Mirage Spirit
protects
from the Mirage protects from the infinite loop. Oh, that's a good point. Good play here from those green chase fights. Good catch. And unfortunately, Daniel holding him to it of like, illegal play. You tried to cheat it in. You tried to cast it. You're just going to be down that resource. So it's a good point for Daniel here. Now Daniel kind of gets a free turn.
Yes.
That's rough. That's rough. You probably want to get this soul off the board as fast as possible, right? So like the Robometa probably swings at it. It only has one willpower counter on it, right? So one of these is probably going to get to kill the soul.
So it just gets rid of it, yeah.
With Will only having one blocker, like you're going to get this soul off the board for sure.
Are we in agreement that's an Olivia on the field?
That is an Olivia on the field, yes. That was cast at the end of Daniel's last turn.
That's what it looks like to me. It's kind of far away, so
yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, no worries. Spirit of the Mirage Ruins. You can make a 15/15 robo with 3 stones. That's true. I imagine that's probably what Daniel might think about doing in an end step where he doesn't have to commit a bunch of resources, right? Because the we are no longer. Yeah, we are 1 turn left of having Aegis. Chooses to take the 8 from the Symphony. Goes down to 24. Swings another 6. Okay, so we're not going for the Soul Resonator here. Or the Soul Warden. That's very interesting to me. Do we swing the Mirage Spirit at the Soul, but it's now going to get blocked?
It would kill the Olivia.
Yeah, it would, but then the Soul is still there, and then it eats up an entire turn worth of our attacks. So Olivia's a 1/4, so she's a 3/4.
3/4.
Yeah, so just going face.
Olivia is a 300, 400.
It's so interesting that we were just deciding to go face. Is Daniel playing any kind of burn? Can you look in his deck? In blue red, he could be playing
I
Metal
don't
Lifeform
believe
Dragon.
he is.
He could be playing Metal Lifeform
I don't believe
Dragon.
he is. No. That being said, I mean, he is playing Justice Punch here.
Oh, that's true. Justice Punch.
Like, burn, quote unquote. But no burn. I think if I'm interpreting what Daniel is doing correct here, he's saying the Mirage Spirit is going to be really hard for you to deal with. If I can just leave up all my will and deal with all of your Historian's Wisdoms, I'm like, that's the fight right now. Your Soul is going to do absolutely nothing except redirect attacks to himself, which is exactly what Will does here. And with all of that being said, the Soul is basically doing nothing. Trinity formations are not going to help here either.
Yeah, but now we have to waste an entire turn of attacks on the Soul now because of his +3. And so I'm like, I feel like I would have wanted to have gotten that Soul off the board. That being said, there is a world where like leaving the Soul on board means that you don't give an opportunity for Will to play another one. But again, I think that's just a mistake. Eating a turn, from the Soul just gives Will more time, right? And like now, again, the Will's at a position where he gets to leave 4 Will open, and it will take all 4 of these attacks to be able to kill the Soul. So like, now we can play Historian's Wisdom from the grave. We're not gonna get to, we're not gonna cheat a 1-drop into play off of this really from the Soul Pact because of the Mirage Spirit, because it'll happen.
Mirage Spirit won't lose,
Right.
won't be on the field until
after. It will still be on the field until after.
Wisdom, yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to fracture the Historian's Wisdom.
It still triggers. Yeah, it just fails to find, right? Having a fight for a second Historian's Wisdom. Hard casting the Infinite Glyph. The Infinite Loop. Good old chase fights here.
Infinite Loop resolves or respond to the enter?
Are we going to see a Fossil Girl stop the enter effect? Oh, Alistair.
We're going to use the Alistair to stop the enter effect of Infinite Loop.
Welcome to Green Control decks, baby. So Alistair's trying to stop the automatic trigger of Infinite Loop, which is trying to be used to stop the Fractured, which is trying to stop the Historian's Wisdom. So now our Mirage Spirit doesn't get axed.
So we have a Jade Steel Tower. So we just have green on everything now. So very accessible.
That's true. But we're tapping out again. And we now know that Daniel has an Alistair, right? So that's also kind of really relevant. His own Alistair.
Cast Alistair.
Putting counters on our opponent's stuff for us. That seems risky when we're also playing, when we know that we have Symphony. If Daniel has a Symphony here in response to the ramp trigger,
I don't know actually. I mean, you could call it
They're gonna do a judge call here.
okay.
They're gonna read the Moloch rune or Moloch Pact here to see how this works.
Okay, so yes, just confirming that Will's Alistair has Will's Alistair is the one that is putting the +1/+1 counters on the resonators. So the Moloch Master Rune doesn't see that as Daniel putting them on. So he only gets one +1/+1 counter. Now in the reverse, as we talked about yesterday, if Daniel plays an Alistair, it will put 2 +1/+1 counters on all of Will's stuff. So a lot of +1/+1 counters on things. The XR, not the Master Rune. Yes, you're right, man. Thank you. So Will has one blue-green stone to be able to interact. We have to spend a turn attacking the soul because it's there. A Symphony Resonator would be really nice here. Why are we shuffling here?
Because we flip 2 arms to look for a Calathea.
Okay, perfect. Is Calathea a student or a knight?
She's a knight.
That's crazy. I didn't realize she was a knight.
So was Yaladin.
Oh, interesting. Very neat. Cool spell. Very interesting. Why does Will have stones to the right of his rune deck? There's a stone face up. Oh, is that because... Oh, okay. They're just tracking it because of the proof of the stone.
Well, he wouldn't be able to look for that because Jade Steel changes the stone types on the field, not in the stone deck.
That's interesting. Yes, we might want to have a conversation about that too. I will...
Why don't we just register board state real quick?
Yeah, I'm going to pause our timer again. Hey, guys, would you mind just pausing real quick? I paused the timer.
I'm revealing the top 3 still.
Yes. Okay. So we did confirm tower only affects the stones that are in the field already. So it won't do anything to the stones in the stone deck. So Tar Swamp would not have been able to search for the light stone. So Will's left with just a blue-green stone. So
Put this and then remove the other blade. Okay. Attempt to recovery. So I gotta swing into soul, right?
yeah, so now Daniel has to swing at the soul. Has enough damage if we can get rid of the blocker to get the soul off the board this turn, which is nice.
Double playing Alistair.
Gets his own Alistair. So now we have 2 +1/+1 counters on everything. So to clarify, this will now put 2 counters on all of Will's stuff because
Correct.
Daniel is the source of the Alistair.
That is cool. Enter good.
So everybody gets some +1/+1 counters. Everyone's going to be drawing a lot of cards next turn. Do we have a way to a Wu Jia Wu lets us get? Oh, we still haven't called stone yet already. Bam, we're gonna get to draw 2 more cards. Wu Jia Wu would be our way to get rid of this Alistair. Could you look at Daniel's list and see if we have any spot removal to get rid of this Alistair?
He has 1 Wu Jia Wu in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
He does have Symphony, which can help get rid of that.
That's true. Symphony can spot remove. Smokescreen Bomb would cost 3 right now.
Oh, okay, I guess I have to tag it to your soul. We will.
Smokescreen Bomb
Yeah, but
would
that
also
costs
help here.
Yeah, it costs 3. The best answer to this Alistair being able to just chump an attack is Symphony right now, right? Because that
Yeah.
clears a lot of stuff off board.
So we're either gonna we can board wipe this turn or wait.
You have to attack, I believe, with Soul. They must attack Soul if able. Oh, if this card attacks. Okay, so he could choose just not to attack, but there's no reason to not, like, at least try to get this Soul removed. Will's going to get to start seeing a lot of extra cards, and we're starting to reach the turn where, like, a setup for an extra turn shenanigans we could see that come down for Will.
Play a book.
Book of Moloch is helpful for later. It can't kill the
It doesn't matter. He's gonna search for Wu Jia Wu.
That's true. It could be search for Wu. And just get it off the board that way. Dinosaur Hunters.
Dinosaur Hunters.
Dinosaur Hunters is interesting given that we have our own Mirage Spirit on field. Bullock of Moloch will be useful later to be able to pop the Alistair because it will have then been on the field from the beginning of the turn, right? So it can still target the Alistair.
Okay, I will attempt to go to end of phase.
And we're just going to move to end.
I guess I draw a card.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Would you like to play anything? Would you like, play something before?
After draw, but before moving to the end of turn, we're going to try to flood in the Calathea.
Yeah, she has untouchable, right? Yep, that works.
Okay. Doing some brainstorm. Are we? Yeah, this is the turn where, like, we have enough will and the ability to maybe fight some through stuff that we might see the extra turn spell go off here. And with Daniel not having any resonators recovered, right? That could be pretty useful. That being said, Daniel does have access to the Book of Moloch, which would be able to have something shoot Alistair, though he is not getting his +200 in Aegis anymore from the Valentio.
Yep. Okay. So I'm discarding a Killua, Emerald, and Robometer. Okay. You may go first.
All right, draw turn.
On your draw. I would like to outcost Smoke Screen Bomb.
What did you spell?
3 beast.
Oh, yep, 3 dynamite explorers. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that is going to do something.
Since we did have the smokescreen bomb there, we got rid of 2 of them. The Calathea is still there. We can do the
Yes.
Soul +3 again to have another turn of safety, right? This deck does utilize that Soul bit a little bit to its advantage, right? Because it wants to set up some turns. So the fact that Soul can just kind of continuously say like, "Hey, I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe," is like pretty relevant. Which is a good thing going for Will right now, because he does have to find a way to kind of claw back. This is a lot of pressure from Daniel, and we are now over halfway through the timer. Halfway through the time.
6 in hand, yes.
How big's your Spirit? He's a 5.
He is a 5/8.
So the Mirage Spirit is a 5/8 because of the 3+1/+1 counters, serving as a nice, decent-sized blocker for this Calathea. Calls that first stone, gets the other Tar Swamp. Nothing to grab it at this point in time. Okay, so Will's strategy here with a lot of cards in hand, having that his board is gone, is, I don't know, it feels like it's a little bit of, we need to start taking extra turns,
And your soul.
so that we can start getting sold to get our value in, right? Will's not playing, unfortunately, Will isn't playing Wu Xiaowu in a power suit. Looking at this deck, it's just unfortunately not playing hardly any spot removal. Calathea, Historian's Wisdom,
Yes.
um,
Trigger stick for Rex.
Scavenger of the Velmardian Border, Durandal, you know, and that's kind of there. Yeah, it's not playing a lot of removal. I don't actually think there's any removal in the main deck other than a couple copies of Fungal Blast. So it's going to be kind of hard for Will to find a way to get rid of this ever-pressing board state that we're getting off of Daniel.
Having personally piloted an Asia Soul list, I think that's been one of the big takeaways from my experience with that deck is it can sometimes be really hard to just get rid of things outside of Wu Xiaowu and Historian's Wisdom.
Yeah, that's kind of been a problem for Lightwater or Wind for a while, right? It's like once things gets on board, it's kind of hard for me to get rid of them.
Speaking of Lightwater nature, R.I.P. Kaijudo. As of Friday.
Courage.
Our anniversary.
Courage while facing the darkness, getting to restand our Calathea. So we can spot remove her because she doesn't have Aegis. She'll have Defiant 2.
And what's her defense right now?
She is at 7 defense.
7 defense. Probably this Book of Moloch is going to come down to have probably the Symphony. Yeah, Book of Moloch coming down here to have them shoot each other.
We're going to fight.
Green fight.
But
Alistair
we're going to
Godsart.
Alistair Godsart to stop it.
Okay, still responding to your
burning resources. Pay 1. His own Historian's Wisdom? Is Daniel playing Historian's Wisdom? Oh, we're just going to cancel the spell.
Moloch Root.
Yep. Stagnant Sloth.
That's the second one for the game, too.
But he's not burning any +1/+1 counters on it, which I think is maybe a mistake. He's just canceling it. Hardcast the third sealed glyph of infinite loop. If we have a fractured in the grave, we can do that.
Thank you. Cards in hand?
I have 6 in hand.
What's the fight here? Fractured from graveyard to tap out?
We will.
This is Will's turn, so it's not really that big of a deal. Right?
He is tapping out though, so I think that's the concern. He's leaving up enough will to be able to take an extra turn, so I think Daniel's trying to be cautious here.
Sure, but we don't. We have 4 will open, 3 will open, and the extra turn spell hasn't been revealed yet, so there's no way to actually cast it right now.
How does fractured?
If you paid 1 or less.
Okay, okay. Tapped out. Yeah, that's
I am tapped out. Yeah. Okay. So this gets rid of this.
yeah.
So I mean, it gets removed from the game, right? Or it's failed?
It gets removed from the game. You can't cast it for the rest of the game.
Okay, so
By your
successfully got rid of Stagnant Sloth here. Successfully, the addition still gets, or the Defiant spell is still getting canceled because he's using Fractured on the Defiant spell. This is what we talked about before. Is just because you're casting a cancel doesn't mean it has to target the last thing that was cast. Knowing where things are and what the threats are in the chase is really relevant.
That Master Rin of Moloch being taxed for the rest of the game is really, really rough though.
It's just unusable. You can't cast it.
Yeah, you just can't even cast it. So this is that's a little rough.
Symphony, she's a 9.
9/9?
Yeah, 9/9 right now.
Wait, hold on. How much minion do you have available?
I am tapped out. I have 8. I'm out.
So you couldn't hold on. You couldn't have played fractured or fractured or the Moloch master with Calathea.
Oh wait,
But
yeah.
it's not, okay.
If you were the players with the remaining divinity of 2 or less cannot play rune cards, so he couldn't have even played either of those.
I mean, we have to call the judge.
No, we have judge here. The judge isn't here, so.
The judge is here. Hold on. Pausing the timer. And we're back. Thankfully, enough of a rollback. Both players are receiving warnings for failure to maintain game state. Will caught after everything was over that actually Calathea is preventing Daniel from playing rune spells at all. So Fractured and the Moloch Master Rune aren't even castable for Daniel, which hasn't come up for me in playing with Calathea. So good catch for them. And thankfully, we hadn't moved too far that we weren't able to repair it. But again, both players are receiving a warning. So now we have Calathea with Defiant 2, so we should be able to attack again. Down comes an Alistair. 3 will open. +1 extra, even more +1/+1 counters on everybody. Still eating up a whole turn of having to attack the soul. And now we have 2 blockers. Will kind of starting to turn this around here, but does need to find some more pressure. Otherwise, we start to get into a world where, like, life totals kind of matter, because this is only game 1. Also, it is confirmed that Ayush Dalal has advanced to top 4. So right now, our top 4 is Matthew Fackler, Ayush Dalal, Dustin Jones, and then the winner of this match. So both Symphony Hootrials have advanced to top 4.
Who did Ayush play?
Ayush played against Joe Cologne, who was playing Birds.
Attempt to cast Master Rune targeting you.
Yeah, I believe that is
Untouchable, yes. Look at you.
So we are, ooh, okay.
Put cards atop the deck that are equal to 2 +
This is the, I forget what the name of this spell is.
Auspicious Divination.
So now,
This is going to, based on the number of augurs that Will has, that many +2 cards from Daniel's hand are going to go back on top of the deck in an order that Will chooses. And then he's going to recover, because he's solo mode, he's going to recover Aisha and perform her judgment process.
yeah, okay. I should get into Judgment out here. That being said, now Will is also, well, when Will flips, he'll have a little bit more divinity.
to bounce your Caliphon from the game.
until end turn.
Ooh, Calathea is getting flickered out of the game for the turn, which then sets us up to be able to start playing rune spells again, because it's no longer here.
And then
Ooh, interesting.
Yes.
and then you that resolves, so you look at my
Yeah, look at your hand. You know, put 2 back.
2 back on top, and then perform the judgment of Aisha.
Master, Omni Cancel, the Mage,
Interesting.
Hunters, Moloch, and
Aisha, on her flip side, will have, she gets no additional divinity, so she'll still have divinity 9. So when the Calathea comes back into the field, this will mean that Will is also locked out of rune spells, because he will not he will have not enough divinity either, which is very interesting.
It is interesting to me that Will here decides, or I'm sorry, Daniel decides here not to just straight up kill the Calathea. I think it's interesting that he's valuing the locking out of runes now that Will has completely revealed his rune deck. It's interesting to me that he decided to flicker, because then Will's going to be able to draw 3 cards and put 2 back, right? So that was an interesting choice.
Okay, then I will pass it over to you.
Caliphon comes back into play, and she's removed from the game because of spirit.
Yep, the spirit, yep.
And that's why he did it.
To lock him out of the.
Oh,
The Mirage
yeah.
Spirit also will technically kill it as well. Yep, because it'll
Yeah.
try to flicker back in, and then Mirage Spirit just eats it.
Cool card.
That also works.
Go to recovery.
Also, since it has +1/+1 counters on it, the Mirage Spirit putting its defense to 0 won't actually kill it either, because it'll be
because
set
of
to
the
0,
counters,
and
yeah,
then the +1s will
that's
apply.
true.
So this is a good way to kill it.
And you have 1 stone open. Got it.
Has another Alistair in hand. Putting more +1/+1 counters on stuff.
Yeah, she gets it.
2 more counters on everything.
Yeah, Overgrowth hits both villains, so she'll get 2. You'll get 2 on her.
You still have to go for this soul, though, which is kind of exactly what Will is hoping for, right?
6, 5, and 2. Enter.
Because outside of having a Symphony, there's no way for Daniel to clear this soul off the board at this point in time.
Well, he is about to draw 7 cards.
That'll help. That will certainly help. Draw 7, expel 2. Draw 5, expel 1. Draw 2, expel 1. Yeah, don't want a third Alistair. You will just deck yourself out. I need you to keep talking for just a minute, Paul. Be right back.
Absolutely. Looks like we got rid of Protection of the Academy Grounds and another Alistair. Sphinx would be good against Valentio. It would also really hurt Will's deck as well, because Calathea would not be able to draw 3. You'd have to put 2 from your hand back on top of the deck, so there's a little bit of too much anti-synergy going on there, but we are seeing more cards on Daniel's side here. Looking at 5. Now we're drawing 2 more. I'm not sure what that card is that he expelled, but I imagine that we're looking for something like Wu Zhao Wu or something to be able to get rid of Will's board. Again, I'm not sure what that card is. The glare is just a little rough there.
I'm back.
Hello. Wu Zhao Wu, a Symphony here would be really great. Looks like we did find
The
our
Wu Zhao
3-drop
Wu.
Wu Zhao Wu.
Yeah, there we go.
This is going to blow up the field. And then we're going to be able to swing in, kill the soul.
It's going to do a bajillion damage with how many stones have been here. Min, we're definitely going to have a tournament report. Yep.
Yeah, the Magdeburg GP and this online GP will be together.
We're going to look at the top 5 cards of our deck and put them back in any order before she dies. Now, she does have Imperishable, so she can flip again, which is nice. But we are going to get to clear that soul off the board at this point in time, which is really good for the ability for Daniel to probably try to take this game.
Okay. Draw for that? Yes. Combat. Yes. 2. Add soul, I guess, and get 2 counters on it.
This Alistair's coming in for a ton of damage because he's getting 2 extra counters. Symphony got to swing into soul. That kills the soul. And then we swing in with Robometa, and I believe that might be lethal.
The Robometa is only currently swinging for 8, but with the
10.
It's not getting the +2 in Aegis. Oh no, yeah, you're right. 10, 6 counters. So 8 and then 10.
That's it. He's only at 14 life.
Yep, unless he has a blocker. Calathea, maybe. In response, though, you could just give him flying.
Yep.
Yes.
Attempt to cast Calathea.
And-
Untouchable, right?
The Woo is tapped, though, because it comes into play tapped.
Who has to be tapped because he enters rested.
That's untouchable, right? Yeah, that's true.
But you just respond by giving it flying?
Yeah, I will.
With Robometa?
Yep.
Bouncer.
Or that.
Also that.
Enter's good.
Enter's good.
Enter happens.
Misty is on the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
There we go.
Hit for 8 with the Mirage Spirit, and now lethal with the Robometa.
Alright, and then yeah, you got it. Cool.
11 minutes and 20 seconds left on clock, gentlemen.
Yes, in any other situation, if Wu Wu comes in, um, like not in a Moloch deck, you can swing it into a Warden because it is a legal attack object,
Yep,
and a
belligerence
belligerent
works with
will allow
that.
you to do that.
Yeah. Belligerence is a handy keyword against wardens. This works out really well in Daniel's favor. It's going to be really hard in 11 minutes for Will to find lethal, unfortunately. So Daniel can just kind of play the slow game a little bit because
Mhm.
they are also, needing to eat up the clock with sideboarding too. Like, you got to be moving real fast. So we'll see how this goes. Looking at the sideboard, though, don't really know what we bring in here. Abel, maybe. Matilda probably comes in, right? You might as well, right? To make it so that the symphonies can't be played,
to stop symphonies.
right?
Yeah.
That's something.
Daniel here has a couple of options. He can bring in a second Justice Punch. Access to Mysteries of Feasting here, I think, would be pretty good because there's a lot of chant runes.
Yeah, for sure.
And it can be really hard to stop that because of how that card reads. Just being able to say, this is in fact happening because of the additional copies. A third copy of Statue of the Misty Dragon's pretty good here too. Another protections, and we can also side into Accursed Ice Shards. That's a good way of getting rid of things that go into the graveyard with Remnant, Fractured, and Historian's Wisdom prominently. So giving Will less options to put things into the field with the Pact is pretty good.
That's very true. The fact that Daniel is running Mirage Spirit, I mean, we saw that game. The Mirage Spirit came down, and then the lack of spot removal, like, Daniel essentially pivoted to, I'm just going to answer Historian's Wisdoms for the rest of the game, and then that Mirage Spirit just put in a lot of work, which is one of the vulnerabilities of the Soul Pact in general, like the package, right? Is you're naturally playing a lot of, like, cheat-in, discounted stuff, so...
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see over the next 2 years if that Pact evolves and is still playable, or if the next 8 to 10 sets, just outmuscle it.
Because Spirit of the Mirage Ruins is going to be sticking around for a bit in Paradox format, so we have two.
Yeah, we got one more year of Spirit.
Yep.
And one more year of Wu Wu.
That's true. We also, the only other anti-cheat and stuff at that point in time is just Abel and Angelic Seal.
Yep.
And Angelic Seal rotates in a year, so also interesting.
Angelic Seal rotates in 2.
Angelic Seal rotates when Masterpiece 3 rotates, which is when Masterpiece 4 comes out, which is
next year. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. That's Masterpiece 3. Looks like Will's deciding to go second here.
We'll do one. I mean, we'll shoot 4 back. Sorry.
Keeping 1, shipping 4 back for Daniel here.
Sounds good.
2 back for Will.
Just the 9 elite counters.
Just 9 limit counters, no beginning of game triggers. They have 7 minutes left on the clock. It's not a lot of time for Will to try to find his lit line here. I don't think either one is playing any form of light. Well, Daniel, so technically, Will is playing some life gain. So if he can somehow find a way in 7 minutes to win this game, then he can play for sudden death life gain with, like, Anana. But that's a rough like game plan here with so little time left on the clock on a deck that kind of takes some time to get started, let alone a deck that has kind of a built-in package against you, right? Like if Will was playing against the other Valentio Malik deck, I actually think he would be maybe a little bit better suited because there wasn't any anti-cheat and stuff in that deck. It was just trying to overwhelm. Einsatz.
It's a very helpful tool for Aisha decks.
Yeah, it's free once per turn and has Remnant. So, I mean, then you're casting a free card and potentially cheating in a 1-drop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Turn 1 being a greenstone, not very helpful, though.
He does have coin for blue.
Yeah, but you don't really want to be burning the coin for blue. This just puts us off any possibility of, like, turn 2 soul.
End of your turn. I will attempt to play a
Robometa at end of turn?
Robometa.
There he is. There's the boy.
That's where that green is very helpful. But
Yep.
I guess he's just going to let that go through.
Removal counter. Forcing.
Yep.
Keep it on top. Draw the turn.
Yeah, you cannot use the God Art Stone for the soul because your ruler is blue. Double white is needed.
Yes, before recovery.
Yes,
Attempt Einsatz, trigger pack, speed in a 1-drop.
This is helpful, though. We can cheat in a 1-drop thanks to Einsatz having Remnant, right?
Yeah, so if we cheat in Calathea, we'll draw 2, put 2 back, and then we can foresee those cards to the bottom, which I think is a really cool little thing you can do.
Deck and play it right. Oh no,
just-
Einsatz.
it's
Yeah,
from hand,
Einsatz.
it's from
Yeah,
hand.
yeah. Oh, from hand.
Einsatz
Okay.
is 4C2, yeah.
Einsatz just 4C2.
That trigger, the XR will be on the chase then, right? That you play that next.
The trigger goes first, and then
Yes.
it resolves. So we go to cheat something in.
You play it for free, right? Or you cheated it?
Yeah, I cheated in, so I just put it from
It's not because he's playing. He's not playing it for free. He's cheating it in
Yeah. Good.
off of the Soul Pact. So we do have a Calathea come down. So we at least got to turn around the fact that we didn't have a Bluestone on one to at least get Calathea in. Shiitake would have been nice too for some additional ramp, right? Sets us up for maybe a world where we take an extra turn on turn 2. Things to investigate, but that would have been a little bit tricky.
4C2 then. Good to
Yeah,
resolve.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just leave them as they are.
Gonna leave them right where they at, and then we move into Daniel's recovery.
Thanks. Call. Forcing.
If we are Daniel, are we in a position where I don't think you ever play an Alistair here, right? I think Alistair is actually strangely stronger in your hand as a God's Art ability, but the amount of time that's left on the clock. Thoughts?
If we have a second Alistair, I don't mind it, playing Alistair here.
Yeah, I don't even know if I like playing Alistair here. Going down to just 1 will when Will will have 3 will to play with just feels really risky. But that's me.
What is he going to do with that 3 will, though?
Why am I concerned about trying to kill Will in this match when there's 3 minutes left on the clock and I won game 1? That's my position, right? Like,
I don't think I'm advocating to try and kill Will.
sure, I just don't think the Alistair really is needed to advance the game state of what the strategy for this game is. I would
Just
rather
be defensive instead.
I would rather just be purely defensive, and 2 will to defend is infinitely stronger than 1 will to defend.
Yes.
Swing Calathea at you. Trigger rise.
I'll protect it.
Protect. Alright, sounds good.
Yeah, so protect, rise.
Rice is good, yes.
Rise will resolve.
Selected member from the top of my deck.
Gets to the 2 counters. We're going to draw that.
Get 2 counters on it.
That's good. Alright.
Before damage is dealt,
Yes, go ahead.
So before damage,
I'm gonna pump it. Robometa, make it a 7/7.
Ooh, we're pumping the Robo. So now we can kill the Calathea.
yeah, which will be a 9/7 because of the boost from Valentio, correct?
Yeah, it'd be 9/7. Alistair God's Art. Think that's totally fine.
I think that is also very
That
fine.
eats a will out of Will's hand on his turn. Just to
And takes Alistair away for the rest of the game.
right, just to like
Yeah,
not have his Calathea die.
that's fine. It gets canceled.
Yep.
And then before, I'll do it again.
You do it. Yeah, you can just activate Robometa again.
hmm
Does tap him out, but Will at this point in time just has a blue-green and a blue. Coins out an Alistair, probably. Coins out the Alistair. I think that's fine. Gets a free counter.
Force you, then draw.
Yes.
The timestamp, yes, would override it. Rebel Meta becomes a 7/7, so he's no longer getting the plus 200 from
Okay.
from Valentio.
Sure.
But he does have a +1/+1 counter on him now, so now he's 8. But again,
That was an 8/7.
30 seconds left on the clock. Not much to go there.
Sure.
Expels the soul. Will's got to make a quick decision because otherwise he'll be turned 0. And if he's turned 0, this game's over. Unfortunately, if he is turned 0, this game is over. There's just not much that Will can do here in one turn of being able to attack. Motionless freeze. Gentlemen, that is time on the round. Will, you are turn 0. And it's 0, 1, 2, 3, or 10 minutes, whichever comes first. That 10 minutes is going to start in 3, 2, 1, now.
Respond to that. I will go there.
Yep.
Has the Academy grounds to God's Art.
Sounds good.
That's rough.
Remove it, Tommy.
There's nerdly, yeah. So Will only gets one more turn after this, and it's a deck that has 0 swiftness, and he has dealt 0 damage. So that is going to be the match. We'll just see kind of what Daniel does to try to finish out this turn. So our top 4, Will does already have his invite. Yes, he just has an unpaid invite. So Daniel will be advancing to play against Ayush in top 4, and Dustin will be playing against Matt. So we will put Dustin versus Matt on stream for top 4. Because we give Daniel a break from being on stream.
4C. Yep. And then draw 2. Okay, I will just pass turn.
Yep, just leave open all the will and pass turn.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta protect. There's only one attacker.
Drop turn.
Yeah, I don't mind the Alistair here. It's just just seeing more cards, seeing more defensive options now that we're in time. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, for sure. At this point in time, 2 will to interact with something that has protect against will that only has one thing that can attack us, and we have 4,000 life is like, okay, like that's fine at that point in time. There's unfortunately, by the nature of this deck, there's just nothing that will be able to do to find 4,000 damage in this turn. Like that will just be the game. Is there a way to play the game online? Yes, actually. You can play via Tabletop Simulator. You can also play via TCG Arena. Both of them have plugins that are for this game. It's a great way. You can also get connected to play people through the Discord servers. It's a great way to like look for games and find people to play with. So absolutely. And TCG Arena is free, so which is great.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Daniel confirming that it became 7. So right now it's only an 8. It's a 10/10 now because of the +1/+1 counters. Yeah, Heartdell, we have great learn to play resources on our channel. You can go check out those videos. You can also just, again, get plugged into those Discord servers because it's a great way to get connected to players who have great answers to lots of questions and can really help out as well. A journal even doesn't, unfortunately, journal doesn't even help here, right? Like it's just not enough damage.
I sent against Friday nights targeting Alistair. We won't have anything journal done his turn.
Pride of Knights, the paradoxical one. Gain 6 life, get 3 counters, and they gain Eternal. This is another life total piece, which would have been nice.
It's a 2-drop.
Oh, no. It's a legal target. Can I cancel it with Omni?
It's against anything. I'll attempt to
Moloch Master Rune. The Discord link in the description should work, yeah. Infinite Glyph getting into a green cancel fight. Mirage Spirit in response to the Infinite Loop.
Tapped out then.
I am tapped out, yeah.
Could see a Historian's Wisdom, but again, this life total gain doesn't help at all because life total in game 2 doesn't matter.
Historian's wisdom to attempt. Well, let
Okay,
the
yeah.
thing resolve then attempt.
Right, right. Yeah, I understand, yeah. And it expels it, right?
Yeah, expelled it. Yep.
Okay. It expelled, and then your loops
infinite loop
resolve, so this
resolves.
gets cancelled.
Yeah. Yep. That
And
gets
then
canceled.
your Ella, he gets
Probably nice. Resolves.
Yep. It's good.
Gains 46. And then we just protect the Alistair, and that's the game.
Move to combat. Swing Alistair. Trigger to get another counter.
I'll just protect it.
Protect. Yep. Sounds good. Just bounce off each other. One. Attempt to cast Bright Knights from my grave. Remnant. Starting Alistair again.
Cheat in.
4. Trigger. Trigger to cheat something in.
Cheat something in. When are we cheating in?
Lots of 2-drops.
Again, a lot of life total, but unfortunately, it just doesn't matter. Ooh, well, that's Raphael being cheated in means nothing's going to recover. That's actually pretty good against Valentio. Like Moloch, your stuff doesn't
Yeah.
recover. But again, like
And then I will pass to you.
all Daniel has to do is just recover Callstone pass, and the game he doesn't even have to call zone. He can just pass, and that's the end of the match because this is turn 3.
Yeah. This very much was a
Don't recover things. You don't recover your
like, don't forget they don't recover. Just, hey, look at my cool stuff.
Yeah.
That's kind of what this feels like here.
I'll call and pass turn, yeah. Call.
Yep. All right. Yep. You got it.
Good game, man.
So that is the end of that match. Thank you guys. Go ahead and report. And Daniel, we will not have you on stream for top 4, so you're good to go take a break for a bit. Thanks.
All right. Good luck in top 4. Invite,
Okay. Very cool match. I mean, I think there was a point where that match really showcased, I think, the vulnerability of the Aisha Soul variant that we didn't necessarily see from the Iris Soul variants, was the fact that the Iris Soul at least had some form of like bigger amounts of pressure early, also potential spot removal kind of stuff that Aisha Soul doesn't necessarily, because that Mirage Spirit in game 1 like stuck on field, and then if we couldn't get a Historian's Wisdom to resolve, like we had no way to get our engine back online essentially, which worked out in Daniel's favor significantly. And as you know, as it often happens in green control mirrors, winning game 1 takes so much time that usually it wins the match. So well played for Daniel on that one. Any kind of closing thoughts on that match?
No, I thought it was a great match. And I'm looking forward to what Daniel's going to be able to do in the top 4.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Matt Fackler is going to be versus Dustin Jones here on stream. So we're going to have Mistletoe versus Symphony Hutriel to see who gets to advance to finals and guarantees themselves an invite to Worlds. So be back in just a little bit. Going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Okay, gentlemen, welcome to top 4. Just for the streams aware, Dustin is choosing to take the coin. He will be going second. Matt will be on the play. We have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to top 4. Congrats again for being here. You may begin. Okay, so running it back. Matt lost this match in Swiss, but has some practice now. Talked through some things. Hits Gravestone on 1. We like seeing the black-white on 1. Access to Black-Will early is really good. Probably going to go for a 2 arms here, I imagine. There's not really much Dustin can do to stop it. This sets us up for like turn 1 Able, right? Like this is just a really good play line into this deck. Able is just a very good into this matchup. It buffers our turns from things like end of turn Brunhildes, all kinds of stuff. So lesson learned there. Hopefully we have a Hootriel. I would love to see a Hootriel in hand here for Matt, because it just means that like turn 2 we get to, you know, start putting things on the Able, right? There is a world though, because Dustin is playing Angelic Seal, that we maybe just like cast a Regalia instead of trying to cheat it in, right? Because you can get the value that way. Angelic Seal can be a bit of a problem. We do have outs for it in the deck, but it is kind of an initial hurdle to have to get through when you then burn access to your first thing. Battle Wolf here. Down to 36. Setting up our things here. Harmony trigger is missed, unfortunately, because if it's a light spell, but that's going to be a missed advantageous trigger. More Symphony Stones. No access to red, but that's okay. Really would love to see us get access to... Really worried about Angelic Seal here. So maybe the Regalia that lets us... The collar? Gonna pay 2. Pay 3. Oh, whoops, wrong way. Gonna go for Hootriel, it looks like. Oh, we're just gonna play Chainmail from hand. This is really good. This is really good, just going for it this way. This makes us able to make it so that we can comfortably protect the Able as well. This is really, really strong start, right? This puts Dustin at a position where he might not be able to... He, won't have the life total, right? Able is now protected from chance, so we can't Lunar Protective to stop the attack. And we can start generating those... we've talked about before, the shields. Very good, right? This also leaves a bunch of resources available. Harmony trigger not forgotten this time. So we have this shield. Hitting for 700. It's going to get taken. Yeah, you can't play Lunar anyway because of the Chainmail as well. Yep. Because of the Able here as well. This is a really strong start for Matt. It's blocking with the Wolf. I think that's fine. I think this is fine. We lose the Wolf. This means that Dustin essentially has to kind of quote-unquote tap out here to go for a Misty Judgment, which is fine for us, considering then we get like essentially a turn to kind of do whatever we want. Search for Gary and Frecky. Would have loved to have gotten that 7 damage in, but this makes a lot of sense. And again, the nice part is we have that Chainmail's shield to be able to tap down, you know, something problematic next turn, right? Would have loved it if Matt could have seen a columns here. That makes a punish for the turn 2 like Misty pretty nice, but we're also not playing Epiphanics in the main board, so can be a little bit tricky there. Oof, that's the roughest zone he could see. He is now locked out of Judgment for this turn. That is a huge part for Matt. That is really rough for Dustin. A turn two flip would have actually been really nice. Hitting that stone, taking him down below 3,500 life is actually exactly what Matt wants to see here. This is very, very good for him. Because the nice part is the nice part about the shield too is it's also really good against the columns animations, because you can just be like, well, my shields will tap down your columns, so then they can't attack, and then you've also lost your stones for the turn, right? So like this is a really, really strong start for Matt here. This is kind of exactly what we want to be seeing. I imagine this Abel's going to swing pretty comfortably in. Now Dustin could pay 3 and just cast Lunar Protective here, but like, that seems like a lot of an investment. Then the Abel can just attack, right? Because at that point in time, then you swing with the Abel and get the sword to deal enough damage to kind of essentially eliminate the gain from the Lunar Protective. Paying for 2. Ooh, bracelet. This is also very good. Gets to also recover some stones, and now we get to kind of rip his hand apart a little bit too. Mephistopheles, uppercuts, not grad, the angelic seal. I think you take Mephistopheles here like 100% of the time, right, Paul? Like
Probably.
It's absolutely the Mephistopheles. There's like nothing here that's problematic for you. Yeah. Defense order to get eternal, but like that doesn't really matter. It's just the Meph. Although at this point in time, the Abel will be potentially big enough that the Meph can't kill it. You take the statue out. I personally think it's the Mephistopheles. I think that's the bigger threat right now. Because again, we're going to get to generate a second shield when we attack with this Abel. So if he doesn't, and right now Abel has barrier chance, right? So if he does try to animate these columns for any kind of value, they just get tapped down. We are making 2 shields. He can't rip a second card this turn. It has to be next turn. Can you verify life total for me real quick, Dustin? How much you're at?
23, and I have Matt at 33.
Perfect, thank you. Like the double shields here is really good, considering the only real pressure that Dustin has here is exclusively these columns, right? So like he's gonna get to recover a stone because of Regalia, cover his stone, so his Regalia enters. Like this is going very well for Matt. Playing the chainmail mainly is a really strong start. The shields don't boost anything. They just provide extra defense. They just provide the ability to tap down resonators by tapping them from the anti-magic chainmail. Their armor regalia. Sorry, their armor regalia. Paul, what are you thinking here? How you feeling? I'm feeling pretty good.
Dustin's very far behind.
Yeah, for sure. There's like knowing what is available, knowing that runes are struggling. I don't know, man. There's a world where, yeah, this is just a lot of pressure for him to have to deal with. If he doesn't play any spells, if Dustin hasn't seen a Mephistopheles, like we're in really good shape here. Vestige of Amardius Grace comes in, so now if we have a Hutrio, we can just go for that. Like this is a really strong spot for us to be in here. We know there's just playing a chainmail gloves. This is huge. So now we get to do even more damage with this Abel. He is just loaded up. Why does not make... So this at this point in time, we're making the sword. And ripping his hand apart again. You definitely take the Fossil Girl, or probably the Angelic at this point in time. Yeah, it's definitely Fossil Girl here. This is going to hit for a lot of damage. I think this actually might just be lethal from this Abel. Takes the uppercut just for safety strat. I don't hate that as well. Gets another sword. Probably you grab sword this time just to make it so it's even possible. Nope, third shield. 16 damage and gain 16 because of this Able. Takes Dustin down to 7 and gains 16, go up to 49. And we get to float a will and recover a second stone this turn. We know there's no Mephistopheles now, so we can pretty safely just go in for an ability. Confrontation for lethal. 49 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Man. I can't hear Matt speaking. I can barely kind of hear him speaking. I think the amount of damage was maybe, it's got him down to 6, and then confrontation was just lethal. Whew, that's my boy right there. Shrews are... if it was a sword... Oh, sand slashes or sword. If he did make sword there rather than shield, then yeah, that makes sense that he would be low enough. On the sideboard package of things for Matt, we know exactly what we're talking about here. We're going to put in the Resurrected Epiphanic Priests, and we're going to put in Sacred Flame of Truths. Definitely, like, that's absolutely what's being played here. It gives us even more outs to Mistletoe in game 2, right? Which is just really awesome. The shields, the shields are attached to Able. But he went down to, he was down to 7, confront deal 6, but then every single one of Dustin Stones hurts him. He'd be at 1 life without the ability to essentially play a single card. So that 7 and 6 are the same in that variety. That's probably why Dustin just scooped it up, because all of his stones cost him life, and he can't free cast anything. Yeah, the on an armor token, and add it to the resonator. It automatically gets added. Yep. So the Able automatically gets the shields automatically generated. On the Mistletoe side, you're looking at the deck list here. Paul, what are you thinking for Dustin?
I'm looking at 2 Paradoxical Rapid Decays, 2 Symphonies in the sideboard would be really good here. We're only playing 2 Epiphanic Priests in the main board, so that's a little bit of a rough thing to deal with here. Because if we don't see that and we see Able on 1 again, that can be really difficult.
It's true.
And then I would also... No, I think that's about it. I think that's all that I would really see coming into the main board from there.
Do you have to watch out for the Symphony, though? I'm assuming you're talking about Spy, because
Yes.
we do know that that Matt is maining 2 copies of Omardian Great Shield. And so that can be problematic. The biggest advantage that Matt has in this matchup, considering the fact that Dustin wants to go second, is that there's nothing really that Dustin can do to stop 2 arms search Able. Right? So like the opening line of Able, a card that is really good. Ambrosia certainly helps here. To be able to keep his life total going and kind of draw some new cards for sure. But Able being able to drop on 1 is like a really, really good position for Matt to be in. We get some extra counters here, and as we saw in game when we saw the games against Ayush before, we did know that, again, it can be pretty tricky to deal with this deck, to deal with like the Symphony Judgment itself, right? Like, it's very good. Now the question is, with this 2 arms, what does he grab? He doesn't have, okay, so we have the Able, which means that he doesn't have the Able in hand, but he could have a second Able, and we're just getting it here. He only kept 2 cards pre-mulligan, so curious to see what Matt's hand here. But it's, again, Able on 1 is a really strong start for this matchup. I imagine we're just going to see this immediately get cast. Dustin, I'm sure, is very happy to see that Ambrosia, so he doesn't get punished like he did last game. That being said, if Dustin doesn't play Battle Wolf and Matt has the same start, no red. No red, so no Epiphanic Priests here. That's really good for Matt. This is kind of a safe turn. If he goes for that Chainmail again, I kind of think you go for Sword. Did Dustin miss his life gain trigger off of Ambrosia?
That is a mandatory trigger, by the way.
So it would be missed. I'll check it here, but we're not. We don't interrupt for missed trigger stuff. We have been told, and there is a judge watching. So
Yeah, and Erica has not said anything. So
if we have this Chainmail again from hands, oof, there it is. This is a same strong start. Anti-magic Chainmail here has been cast. I don't really know what we can do in response to just casting this in Dustin's deck. You can't put in a Brunhild. So I think you go for Sword here. I think you on this swing, I think you go for Sword. It's just more damage, right? We got to keep, even with the Ambrosia, we got to keep Dustin off of being able to Judgment here. I think it's Sword this turn. He is getting the armor. It's still hitting for 7, though. So this still puts him below. This is at the end of the turn. He'll get to recover a stone, to recover his 2 stones as well. Oof, this is a great start. Not hitting a red source is really rough for Dustin there, too. He can't Judgment this turn. He only has 33. Oh, if he might be at exactly 35 life if he didn't forget his Ambrosia trigger. Therapists. Now we don't even care. Okay, this is okay, I think. This is still fine. Because this also now just means that, like, we don't have... he can grab Gungnir, but he can't, like, use Gary and Frankie to search anymore. And, like, really, this does also mean that Matt doesn't have students anymore, so he can't, like, discount the students, but I think that's okay. We need a red stone to be able to go for Sacred Flame here. So burning 2, we're judgmenting Mistletoe. Gets to ramp a stone here. Still no red. So our Abel is still pretty protected. The only thing he can grab right now is Gungnir, which he doesn't have. It's in hand. But it can come from hand, so that's okay. But that's one less card out of Dustin's hand, right? If the Gungnir is still a little bit problematic because there's this Ambrosia on fields. I do think Academy Grounds being able, but we took out the Academy Grounds, so there's not, most likely we took out the Academy Grounds, so not really much that we're going to be able to do here to be able to protect it. Though this is still a good, I think overall this is still a good spot for Matt to be in. Ambrosia, he'll gain 2. End of turn. Now he remembers. Paul, what are you thinking? Talk to me, Paul.
I am thinking that this Mistletoe being flipped is a very good thing.
That's true. If we don't see red, then we're in problem territory. If we do see red, we're actually in a pretty good spot here. Mistletoe stops the things of resonators and J/rulers. And therapist stops rulers and J rulers. But therapist can be tapped by the shield. So if we can kill this Mistletoe and then tap the therapist down and kill the therapist, then, like, that's a pretty good spot for a reset, right? You can tap the Therapist down before recovery, right? And oh yes, Therapist does say you can't recover by recovered by spells or abilities. Yep. There's the redstone. Sacred Flame's huge here. Why is our Able still tapped?
Gravestone.
Oh, he did manage to hit the gravestone. Oof, because he got the final stone type. Okay, we need this Mistletoe off the board, like now. Oof, I didn't think about the fact that we got a second 2 stone types off of the gravestone. That needs to have a Sacred Flame in hand. Yeah, for sure. We can get the Therapist off board, though. We have a way to do that. So I'm wondering if we're going to play it right now. You'll see in just a sec. It's going to pitch Epiphanic Priests. So this is helpful, right? Because this can get the Therapist off. We have other ways to be able to get rid of it as well. So Therapist is now gone. Yep. We need a way to recover some stones now. We have students back. Out of 36. Ascilla is now here. She can't activate her abilities, though. But we're going to try to attach something to her, possibly.
That should be at 35.
Chainmail gloves. Okay. So we at least get to recover some stones, because we have the chainmail gloves up now. We need more red. We played 1 spell, get a merit counter. That being said, with 2 stones, we're at a position where maybe next turn... keeping the redstone open makes the most sense. I do think that's true. So then we have the ability to possibly animate it, right, on our next turn and try to get this Mistletoe, especially if Dustin commits to an attack. If Dustin commits, because at that point in time, we can, swing with a lot of stuff and get this guy off board. Still no red for Dustin. He is going to go to combats. So Mistletoe will hit for 16 with Drain. Has Terrifying. So she can't even be blocked right now. Checking runes just to make sure. Yeah, double checking the Terrifying. She's not a legal block. So, I mean, it's just taking 16 here. That's okay. Oh, he's attacking the Able. Not even. Okay.
Yeah, he wants to start ripping things out of Matt's hand.
That's true. If he goes for a Mistletoe here, and we've got Great Shield, that's pretty good. Oh, we're Godzarding.
We're Godzarding.
So now we get to make creatures every turn. Yeah, he gains because of the drain. Yep. So now at the end of every turn, we're going to make 3 tokens. Yep.
I think that's the way.
This is certainly helpful. Yeah. We're going to be able, because now we can kind of have a little blocker wall, right? That being said, chainmail on a stone that gets to swing twice is pretty huge, especially when you can also give it drain, right? So we can kind of.
The Mistletoe no longer matters.
What do you mean?
The Mistletoe doesn't matter anymore. You're going to get 18 flying damage in the air at the end of every turn.
Right, I understand that. I understand. What I'm talking about is we now get to start like gaining a bunch of life as well, because we can use chainmail gloves plus chainmail on the columns, and then start gaining a bunch of life and making a bunch of tap down shields, gaining a whole bunch of life, stalling so that the Mistletoe is the only thing that really gets to hit us. At that point in time, we can just flip Symphony, right? Like Symphony is really good to be able to do stuff in this matchup. And that stone is really helpful to do it. So like next turn, we'll be able to start going in for a lot here, right? So like if we pay 1 to attach the chainmail to the stone and then tap chainmail gloves to the stone, we get to gain a bunch of life and hit Matt in the face, because we essentially will be able to, well, and by hitting Matt in the face, probably just attack into the Mistletoe, if I'm being honest, because it has Eternal. So like we're just trying to gain life. Or just keep killing the tokens. Yeah, well, you can't use Scylla's ability because of Symphony right now. We're gonna go ahead and uppercut to name a card, to name priests. I think that's not good here. A knob confrontation, another chainmail. This is a really good position for Matt. This is actually a really good position for Matt because he's going to get to drain a lot of life back, and potentially still just kill the Mistletoe this turn. Yep. So this is actually a very lucrative position for Matt. He has 2 tokens that can block. So we can use the first chainmail swing to make a shield and tap down both tokens, and then use the second chainmail swing to add a sword onto chainmail. It gives Dustin a whole bunch of life too, but it gives him a whole bunch of life. So again, we're mitigating a lot of the pressure, right? Or we can just swing into tokens and say we're going to call it a day, but the Mistletoe can be a little bit problematic. Oh! Scholarly Glyph of Prestigious Pride. Enter, destroy all additions and resonators of total cost 1 or less. So now we get to get rid of every single one of the tokens. This is and we're going to kill the Mistletoe too? Swing. She has 1,800 defense, Matt. So we can attack her twice. So you just, yeah, if you just attack the Mistletoe here, we can kill it. Doing math, I think Matt's seeing the line. And the nice part is that we have the shield to be able to tap down a blocker if he goes for like a Brunhild. Yes, there we go. Trigger. Get a sword. I really hope he grabs sword here. He is going to grab the sword. Yes, his Sandshrews are being blockers. So that's going to hit for 10. So 2 swings at it will be hitting for 10. I would really like us to attach the chainmail glove so we can gain some life back, too. Dustin gets some free life because of the drain. Gets 16. He's Gonna give Ring of Legend to give it Eternal. I think that's fine, though. Gains a lot of life back. This is a reason why it would have been nice to have... to have gained some life in response to like have the chainmail gloves, right? We're still gonna get to recover 2 stones though, and like this is not a bad spot. Not attaching our own chainmail gloves to the sword is to the columns is a little unfortunate here. That being said, we are going to make a second shield, so 2 of these tokens aren't going to be able to attack. So, like, we're not dead to the Misty, which is nice. Gains another 1,600 back. Yeah, and then next turn we're going to be able to Judgment Symphony. Yeah, next turn we'll be able to Judgment Symphony pretty comfortably. I don't think we go for... Dustin is playing a one of the addition that lets us like recycle the deck. So you're probably not using that this turn. Dustin finally sees a red source. He's going to get to swing in. Yeah, we're going to use the shields to tap down 2 of the tokens. Yep. This is a kind of a battle of attrition, and weirdly, I think Matt's able to kind of probably come back because of his own amount of drain that he gets to do here. Because we can like just swing into the tokens, right? Which is kind of nice.
Matt's down to 27.
Thank you for checking. I get 4 more +1/+1 counters. So this will be hitting for 20. Takes Matt down to 7. Matt's going to get to gain a whole bunch of life back here. Come on. So this is still kind of either person's game at this point, kind of. He can make it so that the chainmail doesn't get to attach, though. That's a little unfortunate.
We're going to cast World Tree Phoenix here and lock Matt out of stones.
You think?
Yep.
That would certainly help.
That's what I'm hearing on table. Dustin wants to do things before Matt draws.
Sure. Just hard cast a Mephistopheles before he draws, makes him draw 4. This is actually fine. Because we can just Judgment Symphony here. And then he loses the Meph. This is fine. Or is it before end of turn? Oh, yeah, no, because he's missed the trigger sequence. This is actually fine. Because the stones, you can Judgment.
Still before he untaps, we have a
World Tree Phoenix here.
World Tree Phoenix.
Yeah, okay, cool. There's the burn spell. It is. Does World Tree Phoenix target?
I think it does. So if we have Great Shield in hand, we're okay.
Target player. If we have Great Shield in hand. Setting Sun to gain the 4 back. So we'll lose 1. Gain 5. And then still takes... Oh, no, it's actually still just enough.
He's at 1.
Okay. At exactly
He'll recover,
1.
but he won't be able to cast anything this turn.
But he can Judgment this
All his-
turn. He can Judgment. The Symphony Stone, if you double tap them, doesn't cost life.
Sure.
And then he gets to clear this whole board. I mean, it's that much or bust. It might be it actually just yeah.
counters aren't correct for him to judgment.
Did you just say that? It's not
Yes.
not at 10.
Going
Okay.
to game 3.
Going to game 3. Hey, totally fine. We have 25 minutes left on clock, gentlemen. Is there a world as Matt where you want to take coin here to potentially see a world where Dustin just doesn't see Darkness Will? Or
Yeah,
is that,
just keep
or is
him
that-
off of the Mistletoe judgment, I think, is probably
Or is that just too risky?
Matt's. You get additional mana, plus you keep Dustin off of. And that's not happening. So
Yeah, I think
So-
I think going first is still beneficial for Symphony for sure. Like it's weird that they both like to go in this turn order. I think it's going to come down to a few things. I think the unfortunate part there for Matt is that he just didn't. If he had attached the chainmail gloves to the stone, he would have gained a whole bunch of life. And so then we would have been in a much more comfortable position, right? So still winnable for either player here. I think that was just a little bit of a misplay. Chainmail gloves giving drain is what I'm talking about. Would have made it even bigger. You would have drained a whole bunch of life, and then at that point in time, the tap out Mephistopheles doesn't really help. Still both players' games here though in game 3. Shake off the nerves. I don't think we change any of the board though. I think we keep exactly what we kept in. And Dustin having the one of Ambrosia certainly didn't help, right? So we're hoping that Dustin doesn't see that this time around, because that means that our turn 1 Able, turn 2 Chainmail is very helpful.
they're asking for you.
Yep,
Jared.
that's what he said.
Oh, they're asking for me?
Yeah, for time confirmation.
Time confirmation is 22 minutes and 53 seconds. The more cards that Matt puts down, the better I'm liking his opening hand. Never mind. Reversed. It's not how he normally has been doing mulligans. He's keeping 2. Dustin's mulliganing 4 back. Let's shuffle up properly here, Matt. Yep, you got it.
Let's see here.
If Dustin doesn't see an Ambrosia and we see that kind of same opening strong line of him not seeing red, it could really go very quickly in Matt's favor. Not having Epiphanic Priests to be able to protect the Able, or to deal with the Able, not having a way to subtly gain life back, no Lunar Protectives, can be a lot, right? So let's see how it goes. First step is not having the Ambrosia. Does not have it. That's a great start for Matt. Redstone on
He
1.
plays 1 copy.
Redstone. Yeah. It was certainly
It's highly unlikely.
highly unlikely, which is, but it's a great first step for Matt, right? And the nice part is, we can go for this 2 arms. We go grab the Able. It's the same thing as before. If Dustin doesn't see red, why is Dustin not on cams? There we go. If Dustin doesn't see red here so that we can protect the Able, that's fine. Because if Dustin tries to go for Therapist, we're totally fine here too. That's why we're playing this the Symphony glyph in the rune deck, is to be able to answer things like Therapist. Do have to play the Able though. Able coming down. And now we have columns, which is great, right? Turn 1 redstone would be really nice. Weirdly, it hurts, but also helps. No red. Battle Wolf to try to get some extra will. This makes sense. Harmony trigger. We did not miss it this time around. He has to block this Able, though, if there's an addition, right? Because it's too much life loss, right? which is still fine for Matt. Nothing before draw. Would really love a chainmail again here. There's our black. We have black and we have white. We're in a good spot. Do we see the chainmail, anti-magic chainmail on turn 2 again?
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, no, not that one. Anti-magic chainmail. Anti-magic chainmail or the collar would both be good here because the collar gives Able terrifying. So then the wolf can't even block the Able anyway.
Are you talking about the Sylphmir's bracers?
Yep, the bracers. Yep, they're the bracelet, the golden bracelet of the Raven's Order. Hoping Matt has something here. Paying 3 life. If it's chainmail, we're in a good spot. If it's bracelet, it's also pretty good here because now we get to rip some cards out of Dustin's hands. We have Hootriel. Oof. Now we gotta hope that there's no. If there's no. Oh, he doesn't have it. Oh, that's huge. Doesn't have the angelic seal. That's huge. We get to rip a card and we get to punch face with this Able now and recover 2 stones. Interesting. Double Therapist isn't great. You probably take the Therapist though. Or you actually might take the Gungnir, but it's nah. If the Able gets killed, we lose the Gungnir. Getting rid of the soul. Okay. I mean, yeah, if he has 1 Therapist, then he has 2. So it's like, who cares at that point in time? Hits him for 7. Gets to recover the 2 stones. Next turn we can Judgment. The nice part is, even if he goes for Therapist, next turn we can just Judgment Hootriel, ramp a stone, and blow up the Therapist. Oh no, we can't blow up the Therapist because of the Mistletoe if he goes for that line. This is a strong start. If Matt has Sacred Flame, we're pretty good. Yeah, drawing the Ambrosia for turn feels really bad. Plays the Therapist. Has to pay 100 for that. The nice part is we can animate columns now. That puts us in a nice position for this next turn, right? Goes down to 29. Out comes Misty. We do need to get that Therapist off the board, though. Oh, saves his coin.
No, he doesn't save his coin. He just hasn't moved it off.
I think he has. Yeah, he's using Battle Wolf to pay.
Oh, he's using the
instead of
Battle Wolf.
cost.
Yeah, he's keeping the coin.
Yep. Keeps him a black-white stone instead of a black stone. That makes sense to me. So we don't get to go get Inanna because we don't have any giants. We do get to get the Gungnir. This is kind of why I think
Before the enter effect happens here.
Before the enter effect. Priest's the Therapist? Interesting.
We don't know yet. It's not targeting.
It's not. It doesn't choose. I think maybe Matt thinks that he knows he can use the abilities. This does mean that you now get to send Inanna to grave. Oof. Okay. Thankfully, don't get locked out of our Stones Near. He's going to immediately God's Art. I think that's fine. This is honestly really good for Matt that he's doing this. Because now he's tapped out. This is really huge for Matt. We're going to be able to kill this Mistletoe pretty comfortably. We're I'm going to just immediately God's Art the Mistletoe. This is pretty good because we can still use Hootriel to put more stuff into field, right? And now Dustin's like fully tapped out, so we just kind of get a turn to breathe, which I like a lot in this position.
You get a turn to answer 6 angels, plus Battle Wolf, plus Mistletoe.
3 angels.
Well, going into Dustin's turn, you're gonna have 6.
Yeah, that's true. Again. Play just the Therapist and a God's Art. We can animate the columns before recovery. That certainly helps us a little bit. Sacred Flame can get the Mistletoe off the field.
I'm sorry. If the Able is still on the field, he will only have 3 going into
Yeah,
even
yeah,
into
yeah.
Dustin's turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Able is putting in some good work here as well, which means we're going to be able to clear all these tokens off the field as well. King's Dragon. Oh, this is so good. We're going to go get... We can still use the ability. This is honestly really good for Matt, because we have this fully tapped out turn. We get to do... This is huge. This is absolutely huge. If he has King's Dragon plus Sacred... Oh, man, this is such a great play. Because Abel has Terrifying as well. And we have... Oh, man, this is really good. I know I'm getting super excited, but we're Bifrosting, baby. We get to do a lot of value here thanks to Radiant Bifrost, especially if we hit the Symphony Stone. If we hit the Symphony Stone, we're in such good shape. There it is. We are going to do so much damage this turn. Because you can animate the stone with itself, then play Bifrost. King's Dragon will make everything, will come into play, get 6+1/+1 counters, which means your stone has 6+1/+1 counters on it as well. Nope, play it right, Matt. No, Matt, Sacred Flame. I mean, I guess I understand. You can do both. Matt, you can do both. Bifrost. Has Sacred Flame, that's unchaseable, so Misty's just dead. Hootriel can cheat us in a... Hootriel can cheat us in a... thing. We can Judgment Hootriel this turn as well. But then we're tapped out. I like this less. I wish we had gone for Bifrost first. Judgment Hootriel. Get a stone. This is still really good, though, because, again, this Abel probably is supposed to swing into the Battle Wolf and kill it. We're setting up for a next turn Bifrost, most likely. If we have a Chainmail Gloves here, this is really nice. Great Shield works, too. Because this means now, even if the Able gets killed, we're protected. And now the Able is bigger. Harmony Trigger. And if he wants to use the God's Art of Gungnir, doesn't it cost 4?
3.
Costs 3. That's still pretty expensive. If we go for this, we probably are supposed to go for this Battle Wolf. Oh, no, he's just going face. I don't love that. So now we're hitting for 5-8. Takes me down to 21. Gets rid of the therapist. Dustin's kind of running low on cards. We're going to get to recover 2 stones here. We can also tap down the Battle Wolf. Don't forget Gravestone trigger, Matt. Gravestone trigger, Matt. Gravestone can tap down his Battle Wolf and his Gravestone. Gravestone trigger. Yes, he caught it. Battle Wolf in one of his stones, right? That's the safest way, because this means that if he wants to do the God's Art of Gungnir, it costs him his whole turn. This is really good. This is a really good spot for Matt to be in. It's definitely columns in the Battle Wolf, right? Like 100%. Yes! This is great. And next turn, we get to do Bifrost. If Dustin doesn't go for the... I mean, Dustin essentially has to go for the God's Art of Gungnir here, which at that point in time, you're still just like, okay, cool, I still just Bifrost you. This is a very good position for Matt to be in right now. Just block with the Hootriel. He'll go down to 27. 27. 27. Blocks with Hootriel. Yep. Doesn't have Drain, unfortunately. If Dustin wants to... It's Bane, right? So he'll be able to swing into the Hootriel and kill him that way. I still think that's fine though, because Bifrost is still just lethal with the Able, because he can't use main timing. Oh. The token's hitting him for 10. Takes him down to... Did you hear life totals there, Matt?
11.
Down to 11. Dustin taps out to do the God's Art. I think that's fine. This is lethal because of Bifrost.
Able won't recover.
That doesn't matter. Because you have enough to be able to like attach stuff. Oh no, he'll have the tokens at the end of turn. God's Art Raymond! His stuff doesn't get destroyed. That's lethal. That's game. That's 100% game.
Dustin kicks himself for knowing that
The Raymond was
Raymond
there.
was in hand.
That's 100% the game. There's no out here. As long as Matt doesn't execute poorly, but I believe 90% that's he doesn't lose anything. The Raymond doesn't die. The Gungnir
It is now Matt's game to lose.
Yes, essentially. He'll get the 3 tokens here, which is fine, but he has to block almost everything. And there's a columns that can be animated. And Gravestone isn't live for Matt, or Gravestone is live for Matt, or for Dustin if he remembers. Bottom of deck, recovers Symphony, draws. You just Judgment Symphony if you have enough counters, though I don't know if he has enough. If he does have enough counters, you just Judgment Symphony and then kill with Hootriel. Because even if the Gravestone is making it so that the... Oh, did he miss his Gravestone trigger?
No, he did not. He named columns and Able.
I think that's fine. You still animate the columns here before recovery because you can reanimate it with... Oh, you could recover it with the King's Dragon playline, Matt. Oof. Okay. So then Hootriel should be recovered as well, yes? Oh, that's why he didn't tap it, because he wanted to... Okay, he wanted to make sure that stone doesn't still gets to recover, because it's the one he used for Hootriel's Judgment. Oh, this is it! Actually, it's fine. Rune spells. We just kill him. Pride. Glyph of Pride. Prestigious Pride. It just kills all the tokens. That's it. That's game. Hootriel swings twice. Because we know the hand. And he doesn't have Lunar Protective in hand. Right? We know the hand has no Lunars in it.
There was a missed trigger on the bracelet.
Oh, he does have the Lunar in hand.
There we go.
It's okay. This is okay, though. So he expels Lunar. He's going to gain 15, take 11. Goes up to 26, down to 15. That doesn't matter, though. Okay. So gains 15. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait, no, sorry. I have the life totals wrong. Gains 15. Takes 11. Down to 25, if you can verify life totals for me, Paul. Been hearing that?
Yep, I'm letting them do that.
$32. So he goes down to 21. Play Bifrost, Matt. Please play Bifrost, because now you could just kill him. Because you can recover the columns and kill him. No! Takes him down to 10. Bifrost would have been lethal. Because of the King's Dragon. Now we're playing Bifrost. Oh wait, no, we're still good here because we have the will to just attach the bracelets to the columns. That's gonna get to recover. Radiant Blast of the Bifrost. And then recover all of our entities. Oh, we found it. Made me a little bit nervous, but we found it. The column still recovers as well. All of your entities recover. I do believe the columns recovers as well, right? Because it's all entities. Also, double confrontation just does it too. Because it's loss of life. Well.
That's it.
And that's it. Confrontation gets it there. Did it in a roundabout way. But that'll do it too. Loss of life doesn't care about...
Oh, you don't take battle damage this turn long.
No, he does take battle damage. He doesn't take burn damage.
We're good.
Yeah, he doesn't take burn
We confirmed
damage,
it.
but it's loss of life from confrontation. Oh boy.
So Minha, he casts confrontation from hand, and then he casts it again from graveyard
Because it has remnant, so it's just immediate lethal. Yep. So there we go.
12 damage, life loss.
Him recovering the stone to try to swing with it didn't matter because he just had the confrontation. Our boy did it! Woo! What a match. Very well played from both players. Very well played from both players. And at that, Matt advances to finals and has secured his invite to Worlds. Whew, I'm going to go debrief real quick with Matt. But that was awesome. That was great games from both players. Dustin still has a chance. He can still play his top 4. We're still for the 3rd place match. But yeah, play into the outs. Bifrost coming in clutch. That was kind of a late addition for us for the deck. And boy, howdy, am I glad we did it. It really paid off in a lot of ways. So, and keeping confrontations as well. That's something that we've been doing that other people weren't, because it's good against Wardens. It's good against Wardens too. So
You're good in the tournament side.
excellent. So thank you all. We'll be back for finals to see what happens there. So Matt will be back on stream for finals in a little bit, and short break. So they have. We'll see you in a bit. Bye. Okay, gentlemen, welcome to finals. Congratulations on both walking away here with an invite. Now fight it out for a plane ticket. You guys have an hour and a half for the stream. Daniel has elected to go second. Welcome to finals. You may begin.
Alright, man. Good luck.
Okay, we're back. Paul, how we feeling?
Whew, this is going to be very good. Both these gentlemen have been playing well all GP.
Yes, absolutely. Gravestone off the top here for Matt. This is this version of the deck is a little bit maybe better of a matchup for Matt than his top 8 opponent was, because we can kind of do a little bit more pressure kind of stuff. We're also playing some things to like we're going to burn that Fractured, which I think this to me signals that Matt has everything he needs in hand. We have talked about the fact that if you have what you need, you try to eat half of Valentio's divinity by baiting out a turn 1 Fractured. If he has a Great Shield or a Chainmail Gloves here to be able to recover his stone, Knob just playing the Boggles strat here. Interesting. Not what I would have thought that he would have done as his turn 1 play. The reason why I like this though is that Boggles is good, right? I thought maybe he would have held up for a Knight of Slithmere, but I think putting a body out is kind of relevant. Again, we do get to now get free counters from the Alistair, the Rise. Like that's a great way for us to be able to kill the Alistair because of Knob, right? If he goes for the turn 1 Alistair playline. Now the difference here is that the chainmail, the Regalia cheat-in strat isn't necessarily as good against the this version, because it is playing the Mirage Spirit, but I think that's kind of fine with us. This Alistair's probably getting killed. That's a great stone for Matt to see. Because this just means that there can't be an Academy, a Spirit of the Mirage Ruins. So if we have a Hootriel in hands to be able to start attaching stuff to this Knob, we're kind of off to the races in a really big way, which is really solid. There goes our Mace. So, Paul, what do you think about the difference here now, like having to deal with this anti-cheat-in stuff version of Moloch?
I think it definitely offers some problems for the student side of this package. However, we got to find it.
Yeah, and we have to have the will to be able to do it, right?
I do think the Mirage Spirit is particularly good as a way of disrupting whatever is going on in the current metagame, and it really helps against Mephistopheles. Was traditionally very useful against Kushiel as well. All of the new students get their costs reduced.
It can
And Mirage
have an
Spirit
option to
expels.
have their costs reduced if you want to play them from hand. You don't have to, which is interesting.
Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to. If you at least to cast from hand, right? If you want to cast from from graveyard, yes, then they are. Although Nob wouldn't, because you paid 2 and his cost is 2, but Asilla would.
Yeah, Scylla particularly is the one I'm most concerned about. And you probably do the Mirage Spirit in reaction to them putting it on for a discounted cost onto the chase.
Oof, we have a Nob. We get to draw some cards. Nob is going to get to probably kill this Alistair. Oh, no, actually, we're too small because we're losing stats here. We got a 6. The enter effect is going to try to steal a card. There's 2 enter effects. Steal a card and attach to Nob.
We're responding to the enter ability here. And I think Daniel is deciding which of them he's going to do.
Yes. Okay, so he's going to keep his... He's going to say, I'm okay with losing my hand. Justice Punch. Nob has Barrier. It can't hit Nob.
Yeah,
Nob
it's a legal
has
target.
Barrier.
So we're gonna put that back in her hand. Just
This is the Boggles strategy. Yeah, we just rewind because there's no legal target. Wow, Nob on 1. Getting to rip the hand is really good. Justice Punch doesn't help. There's the Mirage Spirit.
there's the Mirage Spirit.
Probably take the Mirage Spirit, if I'm being honest. The Symphony. If we don't have a Great Shield in hand, it's take the Symphony 100%, right? If we have Great Shield, then that's fine.
We're taking
yeah,
the Symphony.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. We want to keep this Nob protected. And we're probably... The problem is the Nob is now only 600 defense, so it can't afford to swing in the Alistair because it'll trade, and that's not good. But we might still just go for it for pressure, given that we're going to recover some stones here at the end of the turn anyway, so who cares?
Not choosing to take any notes here.
Bringing up Nob. He does have Rise, right? But the problem is the bracelet is giving him minus 100 defense. That's the biggest problem here. So he would go at most to 8 defense. I think we just go face, try to hit for as much damage as possible. Rise is good. Oof, an Asilla off the top's pretty good. Hits for 1,200, just like that. Really nice. And we get to recover 2 stones. And next turn, Hutriel gets to Judgment unless he wastes his turn attacking the Hutriel with his Alistair, which is fine for me. Nob kills Alistair for free. He would trade, unfortunately. Alistair has an extra 200 attack because of Valentio. Alistair is an 8/8, unfortunately. So we can't swing into the Alistair here. So, if... Cast Show Don't Tell? The reason why this is also nice is because now we've used 6 Divinity. So at this point in time, he's locked out of motionless freeze, which is great. This is the other reason why we really like the idea of, like, if you have a good hand, just make them use the fractured, like burn 2 arms to get rid of their fractured, because now they can't even use motionless freeze if they wanted.
One to grave and one to remove area. If I remove a new counter, which I did, the removed area I can play it at any time.
Sure, sounds good. It's expressive, right?
So we get to reveal the top 3. We saw another Mace, Moloch, and a Mirage Spirit. None of those really great here. None of those super helpful. Now, if here's a question: if I'm Daniel here, am I going at the Hootriel? Am I wasting my attack with the Hootriel? Or what do you think? Stone of Knowledge. So now we, like, because now the Hootriel can't cheat anything in, but this does mean that he can still just, like, +5 or like +2 and continue to get to a point where he can judgment the Hootriel. Like, if Hootriel judgments this next turn, that's potentially really problematic. We do know that now Ascilla is harder to cast.
Attempt to swing to trigger to get more counters on it. The attack.
Yeah,
So just 10 damage to you.
Just going at
10
face.
damage to Matt. No,
Just going face.
no, he's going Knob. He changed the attack target.
Does Nob now have Bane because of the bracelets? I believe the bracelet gives... No, it just gives
Order.
Drain. No, it is just going
Oh, he is
face.
taking 10. Okay,
Yeah.
it is to face.
That's really good for Matt. Because we can now get essentially 2 stones next turn. And we know that there's only... we know that there's no Fossil Girl in hand. Well, there might be a Fossil Girl in hand. He's done some digging now at this point in time, right? So we probably go swing with Knob first before performing Judgment, right? Because then we have, like, max hand knowledge, right? And there's no blockers coming in for Knob, and Knob has Barrier. If he has another Symphony, he could force us to banish it, but then he's paid to will, and that's fine. Right? Like, that seems fine to me. Then we can still just Judgment the Symphony. Like, then we Judgment the Hootriel anyway, and then try to blow everything up.
Throwing away the mace, justice punch, and okay. You may go.
Draw the Ascilla for turn. Are we going to try to cast the Ascilla for turn? I actually like this here. 1 to play the Ascilla, right? Because this either eats the Mirage Spirit and then it's 1 will down, or it... Ooh, Ascilla gets to make it to board. Didn't think that was going to happen.
Yeah, me neither.
We just call Stone with Symphony, swing with Knob, I think, to, like, have the hand knowledge. Even more Symphony Stones. We're hyper accelerating towards that Symphony. It's always just attack first. With
Gravestone's
Knob.
now active, which is helpful. Can lock down the Alistair.
It can lock down the Alistair. Yes, that's really relevant. I think it's always swing first with Knob 100% of the time here, right? Well, we're just going to go for Judgment, hoping that there's no Fossil Girl. I don't think it's that big of a deal if it's not a Fossil Girl. Oof, doesn't matter. No Fossil Girl there. Probably do -4 to get the Alistair off board, right? Like, although with the Gravestone being there, maybe you don't. Yeah, we're just going to try to get rid of it. Oh, it gets rid of his own bracelets, though?
Yeah, I think we're just representing 22 damage here.
He's going to try to fractured it. That actually works out great for here, because we'd also lose our bracelets. So this is actually just advantageous for us. Realizing we would have lost the bracelets. I don't think you fight this, Matt. Because the Gravestone is live, so it can just tap down the Alistair. Yeah. Okay. Fracture gets to resolve. Just swing with Knob and pressure some lethal for next turn. Don't need to cheat stuff in. I'm really surprised this Ascilla survived.
Maybe 2.
We just playing a chainmail gloves from hand? Paying even more life? Playing 3 for something? Maybe not. Leaving open. Oh, this is smart. He's leaving open the Asilla Stone. Anti-magic chainmail.
Yeah, good man. Alright, trigger, enter, target the knob. Knob is good.
Knob's going to get to start to hit for even harder now. And we get to start generating things that tap down and get around Aegis.
Go to combat. Combat's good. Alright, attack with knob, trigger rise, trigger the bracelets, and trigger the anti-magic chainmail. I will stack it so it is bracelets, rise.
Bracelet doesn't trigger until it successfully deals damage to a player.
Excuse me. So I will do rise. I will do rise then. I'll respond.
So we're going to rise and then chainmail. Smokescreen bomb comes down here.
Smoke screen bomb. So you're casting it.
That's going to get... Oh, we don't have red. That's an unfortunate part if we don't have the red. Although we don't have a way to cancel that. We don't have a way to cancel that in this deck. So he'll have to banish the knob, but that's kind of fine.
And I'm banished, correct? You banished me, yes.
It'll give him the Symphony back, but that's okay. That's totally fine, because right now this Hootrail is just pressuring so much damage next turn. And again, we're going to go down a stone, and we're going to go down a the Alistair, and we still get the shield.
Sure. I will banish knob, trigger Asilla. Would you like to pay 4, or should I put it back on? I would love to pay 4. Okay.
Daniel saying, I would love to pay 4 for that.
Yeah, to not let the knob come right back to hand. This is the beauty of, like, I'm really surprised this Asilla got to even, like, happen.
Still reveal. It's chainmail glove. Hey. 2 counters on the nothing. Okay. And then I will trigger anti-chainmail armor to get a armor to tap target creature.
Is chainmail gloves? It is choose 2. Just, hey, guys, just real quick. What was the second mode chosen for Smokescreen?
Put I guess -2 counters on your your resonators only, I think. Yes. On your J rest too, so you guys get -2 counters, but yes.
Yeah, 2 -1/-1 counters. Yep.
Yeah.
Also, missed trigger on bracelet when knob leaves.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I picked one that it was only Symphony that was taken, right? Okay.
This is still a fine position for Matt, though, right? So, like, this is still a fine sequence for Matt, right? Because, like, again, the Gravestone is able to lock down a stone and Alistair here, and we get access to, like, Hootrail is pressuring, and we have the ability to tap down a Resonator as well.
I will simply. Actually, I can attack. No, I played Asilla this turn, didn't I? Before recovery, or did I? Okay, I will move to.
Smokescreen bomb should also be.
Anti-magic chainmail and Asilla.
Oh, just sorry. Again, just to clarify, the Asilla should have 3 -1/-1 counters on her because the source of the counters is the Moloch player.
No, I thought it's only +1/+2.
It's any kind of counter. But it won't do anything to. Yeah, it'll be both. It'll be. Let me check real quick with Moloch. It's on a J/Resonator. Yeah, so it's 3 -1s to both. Yep. Thank you. Smokescreen bomb does that. Yep, Symphony is back in hand now. Yep, we clarified that. We got it. Symphony's back in the hand. Good catch. Probably playing the Symphony to get rid of the Asilla. That's fine. Because we can still lock down the Alistair and a stone. Just Resonators, yep. You'll gladly pay 400 life to keep the Asilla in grave. I think you locked the Knowledge Stone down here, right? Was Gravestone trigger?
Well, technically, the gravestone should have targeted before he put that.
Oh, so they might have already. We'll see what doesn't recover on Daniel's turn. I think I heard
Spirit.
You have to discard it to Symphony.
Yeah, I'm interested that he discarded that.
With the Hootriel kind of already out, it's a little bit like, does it really matter that much necessarily?
Well, it does contest your Asilla in graveyard, so
That's
I
true.
still think it has value.
That's true. Is there a world where we're Matt here and we're supposed to animate the Asilla from grave and then immediately activate her to get rid of both of the 2-drops? Might be a little bit greedy. Oh, did we just miss Gravestone trigger? Oof, we missed Gravestone trigger. Oh no, he did catch it. Okay. Okay. So the knowledge was called and the Alistair was called. This is a good spot for Matt to be in, right? Because Symphony gets tapped down, right? Now, Daniel gets to refill his hand. Draw 4 cards, expel 1. And that we're about to lose the Aegis. Next turn, we won't have Aegis anymore on Valentio. Which is also really relevant. Though the Aegis isn't doing necessarily too much right now. There's a world where Bifrost comes down next turn and we end the game, right? Because we just get 4+1. We go up to having 3 +1/+1 counters on Hootriel. He swings twice in the air for 14. Though it would have to be, there's a lot of like potential answers to that, I suppose. It's based on, I mean, if Daniel taps out, we definitely just play Bifrost and end the game, right? Only has 2 Divinity left. Sacred Flame. $2,000 damage. Yep. Well, that kills the Hootriel. And he's out of Divinity at this point in time. I think this is okay. Because we also have to watch out for the fact that there's a columns on board, right? Because columns can get reanimated and then attach a chainmail to it, and we just tap down the Symphony. Yep, so Symphony is tapped thanks to chainmail. Academy Grounds. Now, okay, so that's helpful. But honestly, actually, this actually might go in Matt's favor with Protection of the Academy Grounds because of a card we're playing in the Rune deck. We are playing Engraved Rune of the Setting Sun. What was the second card called? I know Columns was called Asilla. I think that's totally fine. I think there's a world where we just have lethal here for Matt. He's going to have a response after he draws, but before he has to move to discards. 18. What is happening? Hard cast Pusiel. Not what I anticipated.
I cannot respond to it, so it enters.
Anything before we go to Mike.
Interesting.
Go to your turn. I'll respond to your draw.
Before draw.
Has to be. Could be Mirage Statue, but if Mirage Statue, we still just win here? Potentially? That Pusiel's problematic. Statue of the Misty Dragon. Oh no. Maybe it just moves to recover?
Yes. So I will.
Smokescreen. Are we double smokescreen bombing? Put extra counters on. Paul, did you hear the second thing that was called from Academy Grounds?
Counters first, then put the counter.
Yeah. So it's still there. Yeah. It lives.
Okay, so it'll be 3 counters, correct? Because of Moloch.
Did you catch what the second thing called was called off of the Academy Grounds? Paul?
I haven't heard.
Okay.
Yeah. I will respond to this.
So still before recovery. We have 3 -1/-1 counters. Statue? Oof.
So we're gonna just choose to kill the Pusiel here.
Interesting. It just feels like we did a lot of work. Okay, interesting. Why that line? I think maybe we were back. If we remember the setting sun line here, I think we have lethal. Because we can use 1 for setting sun, 1 for columns.
Oh, he
Attach-
called columns, by the way.
Yeah,
He
I know
called
that- I know
columns
that.
And
I just don't remember what the other one was.
Asilla.
Oh, and Asilla, that's correct. Okay, if we remember setting sun from the rune deck, I think we just win here. I think Matt is doing the math for exactly that. Because Engraved Rune of the Setting Sun can turn off Academy Grounds for a turn. Which means that we can animate these columns. We don't have enough will, though. That's unfortunate. Oh, no, we're going to call Stone with Symphony. Could also see a Judgment of Symphony here if he has enough counters. The game's gone on long enough that we might, if we have more merit than Detention. Setting Moloch back to only 1 spell a turn is kind of huge. Oof, we're doing it. He's tapped out, so there's not really much he can do here. I'm really hoping there's more merit than Detention. Oh, he's going to do both. I don't super like that. But we have columns, so it should be okay. It does actually just rip a lot of resources away from Daniel, and essentially also tells Daniel he can't play an Alistair for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it goes in order. I just want to make sure when I say order is important, I'm just saying like I want to make sure we do it in the right order because it's the graveyard.
Detention, to clarify, Detention will resolve first. The Detention part will go off first, which is where each player expels the top X cards of their deck except for the bottom 2 and expels all cards in their graveyards. After that has finished happening, then Matt will gain. Each other player can only play 1 spell per turn until end of game, and then destroy all non-Magic Stone entities he doesn't control. And he also is getting the enter effect to ramp a stone. The problem here is that there's a Misty Dragon statue on the bottom of the deck, which keeps going back to the bottom of the deck.
Okay. Yeah. So spell. Yep. And then I destroy all.
Graveyards too, please. Current cards in graveyard.
No. Each player exils top X cards in their deck and all cards in their graveyard, but X's number of cards in their deck -2. Each other play and then each other player can only play one spell per turn until end of game. Destroy all non-Magic Stone entities they don't control.
So this is pretty good, though a little scary.
No, they go to graveyard.
Because again, Daniel has Misty Dragon statue on bottom. That being said, Daniel has no life gain in this deck. So 2 swings from Symphony is enough for lethal because she is 10 in the air with Terrifying. So I think this is actually great for Matt, but it is a little scary from the deck out perspective. Does he have Hootrail? Well, he's just play Chainmail Gloves. This recovers 2 stones. Then we can recover columns next turn.
Because a thing enters the field this turn, I will untap 2 stones, and I will untap these 2 stones. So this is the one that I couldn't untap before.
And oof, this is a really good spot for Matt to be in here. That is a stone that will not recover. Gravestone Mist Trigger. This is a pretty good spot for Daniel to be in, or for Matt to be in, I think. What do you think, Matt? Paul?
It will really depend if Matt is able to deal 20 damage. Which I know Bifrost exists, but we need resonators to make that work.
Unfortunately, though, Symphony's killable from statue. That's not good.
Yes.
But we have
do
columns.
have a Mirage Spirit.
But we have columns.
So we do have a Mirage Spirit, so we can block an attack.
It comes into play tapped, though.
That's
because of
true.
Moloch. I think the columns is going to be a big part here, like a huge part, legitimately. Because you can rest the Symphony to but that'll burn your 1 spell for the turn, right? And then we just animate columns, kill you. So this is honestly, this is going to be tight. This is going to be very tight here. We potentially judgmenting Valentio.
Just burn them for the 15.
I don't think you have enough cards. It's 200 damage to each other player for each non-chant card in your graveyard. There's a bunch of there's 1 non-chant card in grave. It's only 200. Or sorry, resonator, so it's 3. So right now it's only dealing 16.
And Matt's at 15.
Right, so it's only 600.
Oh, you said 16.
Sorry, 600. Right now it's only 600 damage.
And Daniel's not playing any... I don't think he's playing any burn.
Other than the Valentio flip. This is unfortunate that he forgot the Gravestone trigger. He might be actually checking if he can get to... He'd have to have 8. The problem here is that he has to have... if he discards 4 cards and they're all non-resos, it's still only 14 damage. You may play cards from your graveyard, and if a card in your graveyard would be removed, put it to a graveyard from anywhere, expel it instead. If all 4 cards he discards are non-chance, he will go down to 1. Really wish we had Pusil in hand right now to gain back up to 3,000 life. That would have been nice. Oh, it's discard his whole hand. Oh, right. It's discard your whole hand, then draw 4. So there is a world where this is burn damage for lethal. You think this is how it went when they were fighting it out for the pact? That's funny. If we have Pusil in hand, this is fine. If we don't, we're in trouble.
And then the other effect, is that the only effect of it?
No, and then the other effect is I could play cards from my
Oh, man.
and if a card would be put from my graveyard,
It's going to come down to Valentio flip. That's crazy to me.
That's honestly kind of spectacular.
If that's how game 1 ends.
So judgment is good.
In response to enter, do we have Pusil?
I think what Matt might be doing
How many
here,
non-chant cards do we have? Chant. 1, 2. No, there's no, wait. No, it's not enough.
12 damage. We can then just cast Engraved Rune, correct?
It goes down to
Just
3.
regain all that life.
Yeah, that's huge. I really hope Matt sees the engraved rune to heal himself up here. But now it goes to the bottom of the deck. But it's cancelable. Wait a minute. It's not untouchable, right?
It's not untouchable. Do we have a cancel?
Oh, we have magical fraying. We win. Oh, that works too. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, he just passed his turn. So he lives and passes turn. He can concede.
All right, so Matt gets game 1.
Woof. 53 minutes and 47 seconds left on clock, gentlemen. Matt wins game 1. Oof. Man, I thought he was going to do Magical Fraying. Magical Fraying also would have won in the same vein. But Engraved Rune is the safer bet because it recycles Matt's own deck as well from what's engraved.
Hold
Matt didn't have
on.
a card.
Actually, I don't think Daniel needed to concede there because the way that Mystic Dragon statue reads, I believe it's at resolution, put this card on the bottom of the deck. It's not leaving it like it's part of the effect it goes to the deck.
Oh, that's true.
Not part of the resolution. So he wouldn't have actually decked out.
If we had gone for Symbol of Magical Fraying, it's over, though. Because we can cancel statue, and it doesn't resolve. Oh, yeah. I think that's just a misunderstanding from Daniel, unfortunately. Oof. It do be like that. Oh, wait, no. Actually, it's fine. He would have to draw at the end of turn because of the Moloch. He'd have to draw at the end of the turn because of the Moloch Master Rune, I think. So then he would have redrawn the Misty if he was casting it then. I think.
Yeah, if the Moloch pack checks your J ruler, then yeah.
Yeah, I believe it does. Eternal Pact with Moloch. If you could, oh no, it's a Resonator. Interesting. I don't know what happened there then.
It's just a misunderstanding of how that card works.
Yeah, unfortunate. misunderstanding of Valentio. Magical Fraying from Rune Deck also answers the problem there too. So
Yes,
and
it absolutely does.
so it just cancels the Misty Dragon, and then you're good to go. So
So I think Daniel here is maybe gonna have to grab another Statue of the Misty Dragon. He said he put in 3 cards, so it might be Statue of the Misty Dragon and 2 Claim by the Depths. Maybe Protection of the Academy Grounds would be good too.
We're reporting here now that third place is in fact Dustin Jones. Third place, Dustin won 2-0 versus Ayush, got his Swiss revenge as well. So Dustin takes third place. Sorry, I interrupted. Say what you were going to say.
There are 6 potential cards that Daniel brings in here. The Mysteries of Feasting wouldn't be too bad. Statue of the Misty Dragon, Claim by the Depths, Protection of the Academy Grounds for a 3rd copy wouldn't be too bad either. And potentially Defense Order if he expects that Matt will flip Symphony again. You just cast that instead. In response to the enter, and then your stuff, your bodies won't get blown up.
Yeah, for sure. So for Matt, we're probably bringing in Symphonies and Beelzebubs. Symphony Resonator, because Matt isn't, because this version of the Moloch deck isn't playing any like self-protection, right? It's not playing the Grimoire that we saw out of the other top 8 one. It's like fully vulnerable to the fact that it's putting counters on its own stuff. So Symphony is a great tool to bring into here. And Beelzebub doesn't care. Beelzebub serves this similar purpose that Hootriel does, whereas you can pop something with Aegis, and then he judgments off of 1 Symphony Stone, and then still gets you an enter effective Ramp Stone. He functions the exact same way as Hootriel does in that environment. So that's really nice, considering that Daniel is playing cards with Aegis.
All right, we ready?
Yes, sir. Kick us off.
All right. Do it. Paul's down.
Matt starting us off.
Red White Stone on 1. Based on what he has, we might see a turn 1 2 arms, or we might be saving it for something different. Okay. 2 arms, we're seeing, I think it's honestly might just be best in general to see if we can get this 1000 Fractured out of the Rune deck in general. Nope, it's going to resolve this time around, so we're definitely probably going to go grab Abel, I imagine. We are playing Elite Swordsman of Slithmere, but we didn't see a Blackstone on 1, so Gonna grab the Hootriel. This tells me that we have an Abel in hand, personally. Abel in this matchup is really, really good, because Abel can kill a turn 1 Alistair when it swings. Because you get Harmony, gives you a +1, you go up to 4. And then Alistair will give him 2 tokens down to 6. So if you have any Regalia, suddenly Abel can kill a Alistair. Oh, Knob's coming out again. Well, that works too. Worked out well last time.
Yeah, I'll like to respond.
We're going to Fractured the Knob. Okay, interesting. I think that's still fine. It burns. We were planning on being tapped out in Daniel's turn anyway, so burning the Fractured still eats up half of the divinity out of Daniel's deck. So now Motionless Freeze is just not a consideration for the game, which is nice. Every stone is green. We have a blue coin. Down comes Alistair. Maybe not, though. Never mind.
Yeah, he's playing 4 copies. I'm not
Yeah,
surprised he has
for
it.
sure. It would be more of a choice of like, are you going to play it or not? Because it's probably in the opener. Oof, no greenstone again. We're gonna get to cheat something in off a Hootriel here. There's no Misty no Mirage Spirit. That's pretty good. If he gets Vestige of Malmardia's Grace, that's even better. Because then we get to do a whole bunch of stuff. Vestige of Malmardia's Grace into Beelzebub just one time. Draws off of the Pacts. Draw for turn. Hootriel's definitely coming down here. There's nothing in this deck for one will that can answer it other than the Mirage Spirit, right? And it's just like you might as well get that free value. He's an 8/8 currently. You could animate the columns and kill the Alistair here, especially if you also have a Regalia, like a Chainmail Gloves, to then, like, after you've killed the Alistair, play the Chainmail Gloves using the stone, recover 2 stones. Right? That wouldn't be a bad...
do that with 2 stones?
So you use the Gravestone to animate the columns, swing twice with the columns, and then use columns to play Chainmail Gloves and then recover your 2 stones. Alistair only has 800.
Okay.
Alistair only has
I see what you're saying. You're not saying put the chainmail gloves on the
No. I'm saying playing the chainmail gloves just to be able to then recover a stone, recover your stones. This works too. We're gonna try to get to draw some cards thanks to the fact that Malik has more cards than us. And now we get to use... We don't get to attach it to anything, but we still get to peek at the hand, which is nice. And now there's no way for him to get this card back. Statue of the Misty Dragon is probably my... No, it's probably Robometa. Just to take any amount of, like, major pressure off. I think it's probably Robometa here. Double Smokescreen Bomb is a lot. Yes, I just taking the Robometa. I think that's the correct choice. There's no, like, the Alistair now has to choose between damage or stopping a Hootriel Judgment. That being said, we now know that there is a Fracture, or the Fossil Girl, so we can cancel the ramp. So that's not necessarily as good. So we might take advantage of the fact that, like, we might just be using Hootriel to plus here. Yep, we're going to Fossil Girl the recovery trigger. That's not too bad, though. Burns the Fossil Girl out of hand. It is, like, it's pretty good. It's not terrible, though, right? Because they'll just recover the next turn, right? I think it's fine. Like, this Alistair is hitting for 10 when it swings. That's manageable, right? And it gets rid of one of the Fossil Girls out of the hand. So now we only have to answer 1 Fossil Girl if we try to if we do Judgment with Hootriel next turn. Heaven forbid we hit a Raven's Order Stone off the top. That would be insane. Because then we can just Judgment Hootriel for 1. Like, if he doesn't go Hootriel and he swings at our face, we take 10. And then if we hit Raven's Order Stone, then we can just Judgment for free, essentially. And he is going 10. He's not going at Hootriel. Goes down to 23. Draw 4, expel 1. The hand is massively stacked at this point. Okay.
Mirage Spirit is expelled here.
Yep, that's fine. I think that's okay. It's one less Mirage Spirit to have to worry about, right? How many is Daniel playing in the main? 2, 3?
3.
Okay, so that's one. It's one gone.
That's the one that he had that he could not cast before the Hootriel.
Sure. If we got to sculpt his hand a little bit here because of discards. If he has,
He saw 6 cards that turn.
yeah, it's a lot. Draw for turn, force C1, and draw 4 to expel 1.
Daniel says drawing too much kind of sucks.
You have to give up cards. There's an Alistair. Moloch and one of the smokescreen bombs is gone. I do think that there's a world where we're just maybe +2ing Hootriel here. But maybe we're doing Judgment. It's just too much will to fight over. Unless we hit Raven's Order Stone, then maybe. Yeah, we didn't hit Raven's Order Stone. We're not Judgmenting Hootriel this turn. It's not worth the risk. This isn't a super great spot for Matt to be in here. But you probably try to +2 Hootriel just in general. Because Daniel definitely has more cards in hand than him. So if it does successfully get to cheat something in, we also get to draw a card. I love listening to Matt's commentary. He's like, if I do this, it's very sad for me. He has to be careful here because eventually this Alistair can just kill him. Ooh. No, Matt. Oh, okay. We got to ramp a stone successfully. Thought we were going to get that fossil girled for sure.
I have 4 detention counters, 2 merit. Sorry, 4 detention, 2 merit.
Okay, checking the number of counters we have on board here.
4 detention, 2 merit.
Yep.
Just for everybody at home.
Thank you very much. I really would like us to just play a chainmail gloves here. Forcing out some of the resource burn from Daniel here just by doing the activation of Hootriel. This burns a resource. I don't think we fight this at all. There's nothing we have to fight it, by the way.
Oh, it's not a warden, it's a J ruler. Yeah, okay.
This does indicate Beelzebub. That would be pretty huge. This does make me think that possibly there is a world where this indicates Beelzebub. Oh no, here we go. Pain 3. A second Hootriel.
I would like to +2. Yes.
There's the Mirage Spirit
We're
coming out.
responding here with a Mirage Spirit.
Yeah, that's fine. If something would be cheated in, it gets expelled instead.
So now we don't recover our stones.
Yeah,
Although
that's a little
we can't
rough.
just blow up everything, right?
Oh, he's already used the activation. Because
we stopped it with
we
the
stopped
House
fractured.
You're right. You're
this
right.
is
So
probably
Mirage Spirit's
fine
just gonna
though.
stick.
This is probably fine. Like in all honesty, it's a little rough being fully tapped out, but it doesn't like. Just choosing to fail to find. Daniel being very kind and being like, you just failed to find.
Yeah,
of how
he's
the
being very kind, very respectful. Really appreciate to see
gentleman's
that.
piece here. Spirit of the Mirage Ruins. This is fine though, because I honestly think there's a world where you're supposed to block this Hootriel with the Alistair and then like just judgment the.
can't.
Why? Or block
Because
the
Hootriel's
Alistair.
flank.
Sorry, block the Alistair with the Hootriel, and then just like flip the other Hootriel next turn. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Show don't tell getting cast here. Maybe.
We'll do show don't tell.
Yeah, show don't tell. Yep.
Yep. Just look at 3 more cards.
Just sculpting.
Remove a counter to reflect the player.
So now he won't have the plus 200 in Aegis, I think, anymore at the end of this turn, or at this turn point.
That's
We're
a
going into-
Glossarant.
We're going into turn 3. I gotta check this. He starts at 8. It starts at 9. First turn he goes down to 8. Second turn goes down to 6, 7. Third turn he goes down to 6. Show don't tell's burning it. So this is his last turn with the Aegis because of show don't tell. Is that croissant roll? I think croissant.
Where we drop my croissant?
The problem with the croissant here is that it only makes it's gonna put more counters on the
Well, he
Hootriel.
dumped it. So don't,
Oh
you don't
yeah,
even have
yeah,
to
for
worry
sure.
about it.
Okay, he got rid
He
of it.
dumped it.
That makes sense. I don't actually think that would be very good when there's a Hootriel on board. You'd be giving yourself more counters, but then you're just making the Hootriel bigger. And there's no amount of pressure unless we like do a bajillion things. There's no amount of pressure this turn. Is Daniel playing Journal at all? I don't think he is.
Does not appear.
That's really good for Matt. That there's no Journal.
He has barrier, right?
He has just straight barrier. So he's going to probably chump the Alistair, right? Wuja Wu in a power suit. Oh, Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame to kill it.
This is fine. So he's going to die. The damage from the Hootriel. This is not enough for lethal. Oh, it might actually be close if he has a... Now if he has a Croissant in hand, this might actually be lethal. This actually might be enough. Because this will be hitting for 14. This is actually enough for lethal. It's exactsies. That's unfortunate. Hey, we take it to a game 3.
Is Mirage 2?
Uh,
2-5?
Yeah. Well, if he has a Croissant or some way to pump it, like a second Alistair.
Yeah, there you go.
That'll pump up to exactly lethal.
Yep. And Matt's tapped out.
Was Matt at 17? Wait, what's Matt's life at?
He was at 17. He took 12.
I think Matt's just kind of being like, I'm just taking a bunch of damage here.
Yep.
Just verifying. He's going to deck himself out for him. Like,
Daniel's like, yeah, I gotta stop. I can't do this.
Technical for lethal?
That would be 6 at me. Yes, we'll go to game.
game 3. Take it to game 3.
That's it.
All you need is a chip and a chair. 32 minutes and 49 seconds left on clock, gentlemen. Yeah, I think that was a little bit unfortunate there. I wish we had saved one of the redstones for Matt instead of judgmenting. I don't know if I like going for the Hootriel there was a little bit unfortunate as well because of the Mirage Spirit. Like it kind of just set ourselves up for being punished, whereas we weren't necessarily needing to apply that much pressure.
Expelling the Mirage Spirit was a telegraph that we had
Yeah.
another one in hand.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. That's the same piece there too. I think I probably would have just been like left to will open, right? I also, yeah, and you burned the Fractured. Part of me wishes we had so part of me wishes we had left one of the redstones open when we did that Hootriel line, because then we can do the minus, and then if I think we still lose the cancel wars, though. It's a little tricky. Daniel just left up so much will. So maybe it was not worth our time. I'm just thinking about Symbol of Magical Fraying as being a resource for us.
Sure.
Knowing that Sacred Flame is in the rune deck for Daniel, I think is something we need to be really cautious of. Right? So like the first Hootriel's not actually going to serve as much of a protector. Right? I think that's just really relevant.
Yes, sir. Good luck to you.
Is now here's the question. Yeah, choosing to go first again. Yep. Still anybody's game in this game 3. A Beelzebub there would have been really clutch if you had Beels to be able to get rid of the Alistair. Yeah, obviously nothing changed in the room between main and side. Is Matt considering a full keep of this hand?
Daniel Mulligan's 3.
Full keep. Okay. Let's see if we get there. Now, the nice part is, again, Matt's in a position where, like, he got his invite, right? So it's just like, we're just playing for a paid at this point in time. So a little bit of the pressure's off.
Yeah,
And he's
we're
having
going to
fun.
Japan.
Yeah, we're going to Japan. Cram school was a success, baby. Redstone? Oh, got our Symphony Stone on the top. That's really nice. I enjoy that. I think we go for 2 arms. If we full kept this hand, we definitely try to 2 arms to see if we can get the Fractured out, right? And then if it resolves, we get Able. Resolves, go get Able. Actually, there's a world where we get Knight of Slithmere, which is very interesting to me. Do we have Knight of Slithmere? If he passes, he has Knight of Slithmere in hand, which would be devastating for Daniel. Like, oh, okay. Well, we're playing Able. Never mind. No Slithmere. I still think playing the Able on 1 is still really good, though. This does also now protect our Hootriel from Sacred Flame because it can't resolve, which is nice. And now we have a way to kill the Alistair, which is also nice. Right? A lot of good things going on here. This is the kind of ideal opening line for this deck. And he kept the other 5 cards here. Can we talk about that? Like, this 2 arms searched this Able that's now on field, which means Matt likes these other 5 cards, which is very interesting to me. What do we think this is?
One of Magic Chainmail. Probably.
Probably Chainmail for sure. There's
a
like
Hootriel. Maybe a Gloves.
Gloves would be nice. This bears the real question. Does Daniel want to try to think about playing an Ape the Alistair here, knowing how much it's going to help this Able?
I think so.
Nope. Nullivore Slime.
We're going Nullivore Slime. Nullivore Slime is the funniest card art in all of Force of Will.
What is its name? How do you spell it?
Nullivore.
IV. Okay, perfect. Be right back.
So Nullivore Slime is a fantastic card here. It's a way for us to get a ton of counters in order for our. I mean, it's already huge. It's gonna go up 5 more counters at the end of turn. It's got Aegis, and it's a really good way for us to fuel our Moloch Master Rune, which is really helpful.
That is true. Although we only have a blue-red coin right now, so This does, to me, indicate that we're talking Mirage Spirit, but Mirage Spirit isn't helpful when there's an Able on board. And also, we are now locked out of being able to play Smokescreen Bomb while the Able's on board as well.
Mm-hmm. It also is representing Misty Dragon statue mana.
But the Misty Dragon statue doesn't help when you have +1/+1 counters on it. Probably putting in a Hootriel into play if Matt realizes that he's buffered from anything that we might want to possibly do here. He doesn't even have Alistair God's Art mana. Okay. Chainmail Gloves. So we're attached to Able. We're probably not swinging with the Able this turn. Yep, so he's going to hold him accountable for a missed Harmony trigger, which is totally fair. Interesting. Nullvor is how big right now? It's too big.
Really big.
So it goes down to 7, gains 7.
It's a 2/2 that is getting +2 attack
It's a
from
3/3.
Valentio.
It's a 3/3.
And then it's getting 7 +1/+1 counters on him. So
Okay.
11/8, 11/9.
We do have this Ascilla. This is pretty helpful. Going to use Academy Grounds to call Ascilla. I think that's okay. We're going to get to recover some stones at the end of the turn.
I did not hear what he called with protections.
I'm assuming Ascilla and probably columns. Can we clarify what was called off of the column, the Academy Grounds, please? That's what I thought. Thank you. Columns and Ascilla was called. Yep. So the Nullvor can kill the Able here. We have lots of ways to kill the Able here.
And if he does, he'll also get rid. Actually, no, he doesn't have the rune available. But if he did flip a rune, he could just get rid of the chainmail gloves too.
Oh, that's true. Whenever this card it blocks or no, it's whenever this card blocks or is blocked. So that actually doesn't help against the Able because the Able wouldn't be blocking; it would be the attack target.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
We will leave that.
Nullvor Slime's gonna currently swinging. It's got 7 counters on it, +2, so 12 is swinging for 12 right now, and naturally has Aegis. Playing Misty Dragon statue potentially to try to rest the Ascilla.
We will attempt to play
Oh, Mace.
the mace.
Okay, so Mace is on the chase. I'm just gonna pull that up and read it.
Interesting. This Regalia doesn't have, oh no, it does have Bestow, so it still gets to do its thing even under Setting Sun. It's the first time it's come up. This is a way to be able to spot remove both of these guys off the board, because it can swing and then ping both the Ascilla and, like it can swing at the Able and then ping the Ascilla before blockers are declared. That being said, we could do Setting Sun here to turn the Ascilla on. Because Able is a student.
He's not a student.
Oh no, he's a knight. I don't know why. The Knight of Slithmere is a student. Sorry. So we have this mace.
Before combat, take 2.
Ooh, I think we have our own symphony here. Yes. Our own symphony's coming in to get rid of the Nullvor slime. That's huge.
Discard a card and draw a card.
This is actually a really big play for Matt.
That was massive.
Fancy Spanish. Yeah, so it's not even like a.
Because now we get to apply a bunch of pressure, and again, we're safe from Smokescreen Bomb. If Matt tries to go into his symphony on our turn, like we're safe there. This is huge for Matt. If he plays Alistair, he won't have the will for symphony, and you've just loaded up Matt with a ton of pressure. Given that he also has a columns, like you might just die.
You played 1 spell in the form of the Moloch mace.
This is going to be a lot of damage. Oh, the columns is, yeah, unable to be animated right now, but. Hootriel comes in here, maybe? How much damage can we do this turn? I'll be right back. Keep talking. She is walking away from you right now. And I will handle that later. I will handle that later. I will handle it later.
That's right. Hearts and Hands, please.
I don't know. Stay there. Okay. We starting by just going to combat? I think maybe.
We're just doing basic information assessment at this point.
That's fair. I mean, there's a world where we could do a ton of damage this turn, and I don't really know what we could do to stop it.
We're gonna do this first. Take 2.
Takes 2. Chainmail gloves? Or Hootriel. Anti-magic chainmail. I like this. Just hard cast it. Even though we're safe from Mirage Spirit, there's no reason to like worry about it. Like, don't, play it safe. The Moloch Master rune doesn't help here. None of his rune deck helps here because of the Able. Missed his Harmony trigger again, I think.
Missed his Harmony trigger.
I will go to combat.
Yes.
I will attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Trigger, make a armor token.
Swinging in for 12.
So now I've got busted by 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
13.
10, 11, 12, 13.
Takes it. Gains 13.
I will.
Miss the drain trigger.
Unless he catches his own. Okay.
Go to combat. Attack for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Trigger rise.
Rise.
Reveal a Raymond.
Heading for 11 here.
Total attack is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Goes down to 9. Symphony gets to swing for 3 or for 6. We can still attach the chainmail to the Symphony for lethal.
Not the Hootriel gloves. I wish I did. However, due to this, I will tap and take.
Yeah, we're trying to attach it to the Symphony.
Yep. We're trying to make it happen.
Attach the chainmail to the Symphony.
Tap anti-magic chainmail and attach it to Symphony.
Oh, they did track the drain
They
triggers.
catch
Okay.
the drain trigger.
We
Okay,
just-
good.
has to full pay for a fracture to stop this. And then he still goes down to 3.
Would you like to swing still? I would. It's up to you on that.
So this attach it. That's fine there. I'll go to combat.
Hits him for 6. Takes him down to 3. We're gets to recover 2 stones at the end of the turn.
End step, and I will hit a. I played 1 spell.
Chainmail to
I played chainmail this turn, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
All right. Go to 1 detention counter, and then I will untap these 2 stones. Over to you.
This is a really good spot for Matt.
Matt is this close to being the GP champion here.
Yeah, very close. I don't really know what much there is for Daniel in this position, given that the Symphony doesn't fractured.
I think this might be scoop.
Oh wait,
That's it.
oh yeah, just a concede though.
That's
He couldn't
it.
Yeah. And with that,
Matt
Fackler wins a paid trip to Worlds.
Good games, mates.
Our boy did it. Matt played his heart out today. He's played some excellent games of Force of Will today. Very well done. Play into the outs, put in the work. Cram School within a season gets you a paid trip to Worlds. Baby, let's go. Super exciting. So first place, our top 4 in order: Symphony Hutrio with Matt Fackler, Daniel Negrete with Valentio Malek. Third place is Dustin Jones on Mistletoe, and then fourth place is Ayush Dalal on Symphony Hutrio. So the 3 people who's taking away these invites is Matt, Daniel, and Dustin. So congrats to them for finishing out Team USA. Here's looking forward to the part 2 of Cram School Season 1, where we get to now start testing for Worlds and gets Matt's experience traveling to the World Championships. Thank you all so much. Paul, any last thoughts?
Guys, what the heck? That was such a great GP. I hope you enjoyed it here with us here on Ruler School TCG. Looking forward to more episodes of Cram School. Look forward to a tournament report within the next few days as we go over this really, really great last match here. So, yeah, that's all I got, man.
Thank you all so much. And until next season, we'll see you all next time.
Class
Class
is
dismissed.
dismissed.